Council, please come back to order. All right, we are through our morning break and ready to move into our BSAI in-season management report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to point out that this data is all through November 15th, although there has been some fishing continuing since then, mostly in yellowfin sole, Acamacro, POP, and IFQ fisheries and Pacific cod. So first is our reference slide for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands reporting areas and the abbreviations we'll use in the presentation. First slide looks at the total catch in the Bering Sea compared to previous 3 years, and the total catch is down this year, mostly due to the decrease in the pollock tack and catch. And even though there was some increase in Pacific cod and yellowfin sole catch. So currently we're at 86% of the total Bering Sea Aleutian Islands tack. The next slide looks at the catch by week and gear and sector. And we'll move on to look at the further slides of the breakdowns of all the different species, starting out with Bering Sea pollock. First, we'll look at the A-season catch in the target fishery, the directed fishery for the catcher vessels. We have some pictures of boats there that show the mean center of catch. And for 2022, it moved about 56 nautical miles to the southeast compared to the 2021 A-season catch. The next slide looks at the catch for the A-season for the catcher processors, and also the mean center of catch in 22 moved about 65 nautical miles to the southeast compared to 2021. Next to the B season for the catcher vessels, mean center of catch was pretty similar to 2021, just about 9 nautical miles difference. And then for the catcher processors in the B season, there was a movement about 52 nautical miles to the northwest. Moving to the slide that looks at Bering Sea pollock catch by the sector allocations, all sectors met 100% of their annual allocations for 2022, and the incidental catch so far, we're at about 92% today. So a little increase since this report was run. Just to point out that in 2022, the TAC for Bering Sea pollock was set equal to the ABC. So we didn't have any in-season reallocations from the Aleutian Islands pollock to the Bering Sea. For the A season, the sectors slowed down their fishing at the end of March, and most of the A season was done by the second week of April. And then for the B season, catch rates slowed down in August, and we're almost done by the second week of September. Looking at the pollock catch in the Aleutian Islands, there was no directed fishing for pollock. This is the second year in a row. We did have some directed fishing in 2020. So most of the catch was incidental to the Kamchatka target and Acamacro and POP targets. Looking at the incidental catch of pollock throughout the year, this slide shows for all of the bars there, most of the catch is from the trawl catcher processors, but there is some catch for fixed gear, mostly from hook and line catcher processors in the Pequod target in the black color at the top of the bars, and then for trawl catcher vessels, and that's mostly in yellowfin sole and the Pequod in purple. Then moving on to look closer at the catch of pollock. Incidentally, it's increased this year, mostly because of increase in yellowfin sole and some other the flatfish fisheries, but comparable to previous years. Moving on to looking at Pacific cod, first is a slide that shows where the trawl total catch of Pacific cod, targeted and incidental catch occurs. Looking at the allocations to the trawl sectors, overall, they reached 85% of their allocations for the year, and that included 1,800 metric tons reallocated to the hook and line and pot sectors. For the trawl catcher vessels, they delayed their fishing until the first week of February, and then they had a voluntary catch share program, so the spread of the catch out over the A season. There were some openers for the B season in April, and basically the fishery remained open from April 1st until November 1st. For the AFA catcher processors, they had high incidental catch rates of Pacific cod in the pollock fishery in 2021. So it was not open for directed fishing until the end of the year, September 6th. And that was to help them be able to retain all their pea cod when they were targeting yellowfin sole. And they didn't end up targeting any Pacific cod. One more slide to look at the trawl catcher processor Pacific cod catch by target. And overall, it's comparable to 2021. And you can see that increase in yellowfin sole, and then you can see that large decrease in green in the pollock target. And we also see that decrease in the pollock target for the catcher vessel sector in 2022 compared to 2021. But most of the cod for trawl catcher vessels is in the Pacific cod target. And then moving on to look at the Aleutian Islands Pacific cod catch. Most of it is in the Pacific cod target, and otherwise incidental catch in the Aca mackerel and POP fisheries. And total Aleutian Islands catches about 46% of the TAC there. Moving on to non-trawl or hook, line, pot, and jig allocations. Here's a slide where those sectors had their total catch. Looking at the allocations for the sectors overall, they're at 95% of their allocations. And you can see that the shorter seasons for the pot and less than 60 hook and line catcher vessels and pot are at the beginning and the end of the year, and overall the consistent catch for the hook and line catcher processors throughout the year. For pot catcher processors, they had some voluntary cooperation, and so they extended their season in the A season and the B season compared to previous years. Looking at the catch of Pacific cod by the CDQ groups, they have a separate Aleutian Islands and Bering Sea allocation. In Aleutian Islands, they're at 78% of their TAC, and the Bering Sea continued fishing after this slide was prepared. So they're above that 57% of the Bering Sea allocation. We did do some reallocations of Pacific cod later in the year. Most of the reallocations were from the hook and line catcher vessels greater than 60 feet, the trawl catcher vessels and jig gear sectors, and most of that went to the less than 60 hook and line and pot sector, some to the pot catcher vessels greater than 60 feet, and then in late October, some to the Amendment 80 catcher processors. Moving on to Aca mackerel, and I'm going to pass the presentation over to Steve.
Through the chair, members of the council, Steve Whitney with in-season management, and mostly here, so Mary doesn't have to go through the whole thing herself. But with that said, she's still going to do most of it. But so Aca mackerel, it's split in two seasons, A season, B season, and this is primarily Amendment 80 and CDQ fisheries. And they tend to fish in the west to the east in general over the year. And usually this one's completely harvested at the start of the meeting. There's still some fishing going on, but you can see there's still some fish left in the eastern, and there are some signs that the world's still a little bit broken from the pandemic. And the fact that this isn't fully harvested means we're getting close, but we're not there yet. Wrong way. Pacific Ocean perch, again, this one is also primarily Amendment 80 and CDQ, and this one's also relatively valuable, and this one will be fully harvested. Right. Northern rockfish and this is one that's it's caught by primarily the vessels targeting Aca mackerel and Pacific Ocean perch in the Aleutians. And plant team and SSC members will probably tell you later that rockfish is really increasing in the Aleutian Islands. The biomasses are going up, and so this one's probably going to be larger in larger fisheries, and it's still not as heavily targeted as Pacific Ocean perch. It's all the pelagic rockfish like Pacific Ocean perch, but it'll be, anticipate this one will get larger as the years go on. And other rockfish, nobody actually targets this one. This is incidental catch in other fisheries. It's a complex. Most of the complex is short spine thorny heads, but the fisheries mixed between short spine thorny heads and primarily dusky rockfish. Thorny heads are primarily caught in sablefish fisheries and Pacific Ocean perch fisheries, and duskies are caught in incidental and active mackerel fisheries. And black spotted rough eye catch. This is another one that's completely incidental. And so this is weekly trip target. And I think if you change this to tow trip target, you'd see it's primarily Pacific Ocean perch, not active mackerel. But this has kind of been the way we've done it since before we had rationalized fisheries in the Aleutians. And species of concern, but we've managed to, we're not in a critical point yet. Short raker rockfish, one more incidental, completely incidental fishery, not targeted, caught primarily in Pacific Ocean perch fisheries. And this one's, well, under the limit, so we're good on this one. And flatfish catch, one of my physical oceanography professors told us that Eastern Bering Sea is the second flattest place on Earth after the North Siberian Sea. And consequently, because of that, we have lots of flatfish. And this is multiple species, and you can see primarily where it is. You can see the mean catch went west this year. And a lot of times it's the sea ice. I suspect this year it was hangover effects of the pandemic that fishing was lighter in the year. And we actually started to improve as the year went on. So this is Amendment 80, which is the largest, has the largest amounts of flatfish quota. And you can see it's dominated by yellowfin sole and heavy fishing early in the year. And then there's the time in the summer when the fish spawn and quality goes down and they scatter more. And if you did target it, you'd get more incidental and bycatch species that you don't want to catch. So it's a lag in the summer and it picks up again in the fall. And by non-amendment 80 vessels, this is primarily TLAS. Some of the earlier fisheries catch is incidental. And of course, there's always a little bit of incidental in fisheries such as pollock and cod. This one, they stand down for incidental catch reasons in the summer. And normally in recent years, it's been sort of a group effort to stay under PSC limits. And the fishery's been taken earlier in the year and we've closed it around May. This year, fishing was fairly light early in the year and there was an enormous quota. And this is the first time in several years we've actually had a fall fishery. And fishing actually turned out to be fairly good, clean fishing in the fall. So this was first time I've seen this in about 4 or 5 years and maybe the last time for another while. So BSI trawl, the TLAS fisheries. This is primarily yellowfin sole. And so we get mixed signals from state of fisheries after the pandemic. And you can see last year, things were broken, the world as well as fisheries, and we didn't catch as much. And this is a good sign that things are actually coming back a little bit. So 2022 numbers went back up again. And Greenland turbot, this is some targets historically been targeted by the Freezer Longline fleet and some incidental by the Amendment 80 fleet in the Arrowtooth and Kamchatka fisheries. And it's declining stock, and the Freezer Longline fleets had trouble with whale predation, so they've had a difficult time targeting this in recent years. And Arrowtooth Kamchatka flounder fishery, this one's often fished by flatfish vessels in summertime when you don't really want to be targeting yellowfin sole. And Kamchatka is, you can see it's mostly harvested. It's open access fishery, so it's a difficult fishery to call. So it's difficult to get to 100%. We have to make the call earlier in the year. And Arrowtooth, it's Arrowtooth is caught incidentally in other targets, and this is because arrowtooth it's mostly on the slope, but it also, the biomass is up on the shelf where you interact with yellowfin sole and pollock fisheries and cod fisheries. Whereas Kamchatka tends to be deeper and it's not really picked up in those other fisheries. And flatfish catch in Bering Sea, you can see we're under the 2 million ton cap and we've got a lot of quota out there. And so the only one that really is fully utilized is Kamchatka, and so this one is another sign that things haven't fully healed. For once again, there's been 0 flatfish exchanges, and this is something that came about in the pandemic when demand dropped. We're still not fully healed. And then another note is on the number of AAD catcher processors and catcher vessels. We have 1 catcher vessel this year. So Amendment 80 program, it's vessels specific. It's not gear specific. And so they're allowed to fish jig gear if they want it, but they just have to have an 80 vessel. So this year there's a catcher vessel delivered to other Amendment 80 vessels as a mothership operation. And CDQ transfers. This is a sign that things are improving a little bit. There's actually more transfers going on, which I take as an indicator of more active fishing. And 2021 was depressed in that regard. And skates catch. This is everybody catches them, but it's primarily in the freezer longline cod fishery. They take incidental catch and they keep it, but they don't target it. It's a valuable fish, but it's not in concentrations for directed fisheries. It's an important non-specified reserves species, and sharks and octopus. This is so sharks are incidental primarily in the flatfish fisheries as sleeper sharks. There are lots of fisheries, and salmon sharks primarily come out of the pollock fisheries. No big overfishing issues there. And octopus, it's primarily caught in the pot cod fisheries. And once again, it's not a big issue of concern, but still. And now back to Mary for the rest.
Thanks, Steve. Moving on to looking at our slide for hook and line gear without the Pacific cod catch in there. So you can see more of the other species. And unfortunately, our legend, our key for the colors wasn't included on the slide. So just to tell you that the green is for the skates catch, the light blue is for pollock, purple is other flatfish, the red is the retained halibut catch, black is arrowtooth Kamchatka flounder, gray is sablefish, and tan is the rockfish. You can see how that catch came in over the year. Moving on to our sablefish slides, there's a lot going on this slide. So I'll start out first on the in the left table. Shows that the overall catch is at 65% of the TAC, Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And again, there now we're showing for the fixed year in the Bering Sea, and that's the issue with that increase in the GHL fishery in 2022. And we did probate retention of trawl gear in the Bering Sea on September 21st, which is much later than it was in 2021, probated retention in July. And then to the smaller table over on the right-hand side, we do have information this year about the use of hard pots and slinky pots in the sablefish fisheries. And in this Bering Sea, it includes both catcher vessels and catcher processors. So you can see overall 44% hard pots and 56% slinky pots. In the Aleutian Islands, more slinky pots at 84%. In the Bering Sea, it's more equally distributed. And then just also in the slide, all the top part of the bars are the hook and line fisheries, and some of the diagonals aren't showing up, but that is all the fixed gear hook and line pot fisheries. And the solid bars are for the trawl sector. And did see that in the pollock trawl target, only 250 metric tons of sablefish was caught this year. And you can see that in the tan in the graph. Moving on to.
Ms. Furunas, before you do, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question. I missed, Ms. Furnace, what you said about the overage in the fixed gear sablefish harvest in the Bering Sea. Did you say because we didn't accommodate for an increase in the state water GHL fishery? I didn't understand that comment.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this year for this state waters GHL fishery, they fished in the part that's open to them in the Bering Sea. And we hadn't set aside incidental catch when we set the TAC for that GHL fishery in the past, because it was all coming off their IFQ quota. But this year, because of the increase in the ABCs, the state sets a GHL fishery at 5% of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands combined ABCs, and that amounts to almost 500 tons. And so there was interest in fishing it this year, and they fished it in the Bering Sea. So next, in our next agenda items for the harvest specifications, we're going to recommend setting aside for that incidental catch. I mean, first for that GHL catch, so we won't see that overage.
Thank you.
In our.
Mr. Misery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your report. My question is that if the slide that's up there has a pink box well, they have the pink box that's labeled CDQ pelagic trawl, but then there's no pink on the bar graph. Do you just keep the same key on this chart and then apply it on the next chart that you're going to do, or was there none?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I think the same keys are used every year. And so it just depends. Sometimes we don't see incidental catch in some of these different targets. So that's what's happening in previous years. There was catch showing up there, or that is just so small, it's not showing up on the chart.
And through the chair, so this year, there was less incidental catch of sablefish in the pollock fisheries than there was last year, previous years.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Misery. Any further questions before we move on?
Okay,
Ms.
moving on.
Furnas.
We also have a slide for CDQ without the pollock or the Pacific cod catch showing up. So you can see their incidental catch species, but they are also targeting Aca mackerel, POP, yellowfin sole, and IFQ species. Moving on, we did do some non-specified reserve releases for these 5 species and also for skates that wasn't on this table to increase the tax to keep those fisheries from going to a prohibited species retention status. And then we did put some groundfish species on prohibited retention status this year. Same species as in 2021. We did not put short raker rockfish or Aleutian Island, AFA catcher processor Pacific cod on prohibited retention status as we did in 2021. So less species that had to move to prohibited retention. Next, we move to the slides that look at the total retained and discarded catch. First for trawl gear, and this slide is sorted by the far right column for 2022 retained catch. So overall, 98% of the catch was retained. Again, overall trawl catch decreased mostly because of the decrease of pollock. And you can see that the most amount of catch discarded is from pollock. Next is for fixed gear at the top of the slide. Overall at 94% retained, a little lower than 2021 at 86% retained. Pacific cod has the highest percent retained, and most of the discard are from the skates fishery, and that should just say skates and not include the Goa skate or other skate. And the bottom is looking at pot gear, and overall they're at 97% retained. And you can see their increased catch of Pacific cod and sablefish compared to 2021. Next, we move to our prohibited species catch slides, and this is an overview of most of the prohibited species catch species. At the top is pollock, and you can see overall it is at 14% of the 45,000 limit for the pollock, AFA pollock fisheries. And we have more slides that break out most of these PSC species, except for on the bottom two tables, blue king crab and golden king crab. So I'll move on to.
Ms. Furunas, before
Oh,
you
I'm
do,
sorry.
Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Furnace. Going back to sablefish, I was just had to look at these again, and I know you moved on from that, but I'm just going back a couple slides. But on the discarded amount of sablefish, it looks to me in 2022 that sablefish in the trawl fishery was 63% discard. The catch of sablefish in the trawl fishery was 63%. And there's a pretty high figure for fixed gear as well. A lot of discard in the next slide. So with the trawl fishery, I see that you closed that to retaining, made that prohibited on September 21st. Was most of that fish discarded after September 21st? Is that what this is, or was it discarded? Is it just normal that that this is discarded? And then why are we seeing a high number of discards in the fixed gear fishery as well?
Through the chair, Mr. Down. So I'm not quite sure about when all the discard occurred, but I believe it's spread out over the year because for trawl gear, sablefish wasn't open for directed fishing, so they can only retain it up to the maximum retainable amounts, which are set at fairly low percentages. So, you know, incidental catch has been high in trawl gear in the recent years. So I think they can't retain all that they catch, so it's required for them to discard it. And then for fixed gear, is that not all fixed gear vessels have IFQ or IFQ holder on board, and so then they're not allowed to retain sablefish.
And also through the chair, I mean, normal's a odd term in with these massive sablefish recruits. So, I mean, we've never saw it before in pollock. So it seems to have moved, the small fish seem to have moved out of the pollock, but they're still getting small fish in the arrowtooth flounder fisheries. And those ones are, a lot of them, some of it's regulatory discard, but a lot of it's also just very small, unmarketable fish.
Mr. Down.
I think, Mr. Chairman, just follow through. So in the trawl fishery, it's mostly a matter of the maximum, the MRAs are low and they have to discard this regardless of. And then in the fixed gear fishery, it's vessels that don't have IFQ. So the solution in the fixed gear fishery would be to have IFQ and try to retain that. And is there something you can think of that would be helpful in the trawl fishery to see that this fish didn't get discarded to such a high extent?
They would like their fishery to be open for directed fishing, so they don't have to be limited by the maximum retainable amount.
But it's also, I mean, it's complicated and it's rapidly changing too. So I mean, this year is different from last year, and I suspect next year will be different as well. So it's, yeah.
Ms. Kimball.
Just to follow up on that, thank you, Mr. Chair. A part of the issue was we haven't apportioned sablefish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands consistent with the survey, which is what we've heard from the SSC, and we've been taking time to do that in a stepwise approach. But I was curious on the sablefish prohib status for trawl in September. So after September 21st, any sablefish would have been required to be discarded. And was that all trawl sectors or just pollock sectors?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's all non-CDQ trawl sectors.
Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Perunis. Just looking this a little bit more, I guess I'm kind of curious about the high discard rate on skates. And from these 2 years, it looks like it's fairly consistent, but is that is that relatively stable, or is there a trend of that going up or down, or I guess I'm trying to figure out how concerned we should be about the large amount of discarded skates that we're seeing.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. So there's no retention requirement for skates. So as there, we have improved retention, improved utilization for pollock and Pacific cod, and then the AD has some more retention. But there's nothing that requires you to retain skates. So I believe it's pretty stable. Discard and retention rates here over the years.
So just a quick follow-up, because I know skates are in a complex. Sorry, I can't get the
Okay.
cord in closer. Is it any particular species of skates within that complex that are routinely discarded, or is it just kind of in general?
Through the chair, I believe that most of the skates caught in the Bering Sea are Alaska skates. So it's primarily them.
Okay, and please continue.
Okay. And I just also wanted to point out on this overview slide at the bottom for the crab, that's crab, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands wide. And in the next slides, we'll be just looking at crab under the areas and zones that we have PSC limits for. First, looking at the total catch of halibut at the top and with fixed gear, most of the halibut catches in the IFQ halibut fishery, and some discards in the sablefish fishery. Most of the prohibited species catch is in the Pacific cod hook and line fishery. And after you apply the discard mortality rates, we're at 146 metric tons of halibut and at 21% of the overall limit. For trawl halibut mortality in the lower left table, this does not include CDQ. Most of the halibut mortality in 2022 is in the yellowfin sole target, and then flathead sole, Pacific cod, and pollock and rock sole. Also, again, halibut deck sorting is continuing in 2022. It's at 23% of the total halibut mortality this year. It's down. Vessels weren't able to use deck sorting as much as previous years. Then breaking out, again, trawl halibut mortality, you can see it compared to 2021 by month over the year. And most of halibut mortality was seen in the first part of the year in A season. And overall, we're at about 76% of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands trawl limit. Then we have these two slides. First slide looks at the comparison of the halibut mortality to the average previous 5 years. And if you look at the bottom row, you can see the total metric tons increased by 11% and the rates by 32%. And then if you looked at the lighter blue lines higher up in the table, you can see that each sector, gear sector, experienced some increase. for 2022, except for CDQ had a negative in metric tons and in rates. And then moving to the slide that just compares 2022 with 2021. Again, there's an overall increase at the bottom of the table, 39% in metric tons and 58% in rate. And you go and look at each gear sector, you can see that is also each sector experienced an increase compared to 2021, again, except for CDQ in metric tons at -5%. Moving along to the crab slides, here's the zone 1 trawl red king crab incidental catch. Overall, it's at 12% of the PSC limit, and most of the red king crab was in April in area 509 by the Elephant Sole target. For fixed gear red king crab incidental catch, you can see the decrease in 2022 compared to 2021. Most of that was in area 512 in Pacific cod fisheries. Next is for Opilio crab or snow crab in the C. Opilio bycatch limitation zone. Overall, at 5% of the PSC limit, it's more spread out over the year and by areas, but most in 521 in the first part of the year in yellowfin sole. Next slide just shows you where the snow crab is caught by gear type. And then moving on to barred-eye tanner crab in zone 1, overall at 4% of the PSC limit, mostly in April again in the elephant sole target. For zone 2, trawl barred-eye incidental catch increased to 20% from zone 1 PSC limit, overall spread out throughout the year in areas 521 and 513 and overall mostly in the elephant sole target. Moving on to herring incidental catch, overall at 46% against the PSC limit in 2022 and a decrease from the high that we saw in 2020. Moving on to our salmon slides, starting out with Chinook salmon. This is overall for all trawl gear. You can see the pollock in the table at the top is lower than previous years, and also the rate is lower, and also for the non-pollock fisheries, the total catch and rates are lower. This is actually the lowest amount of Chinook salmon, looking all the way back to 2009, and I think also back to 2003. Moving on to looking at the Chinook salmon for the AFA and CDQ limits. All sectors were underneath their limit, and overall, again, it was at 14% of the PSC limit, and most incidental catches in the A season. For the non-pollock fisheries, there's no PSC limit here. You can see different sectors that catch it, most by trawl catcher processors in Aca mackerel and rockfish targets. And then moving for non-Chinook salmon incidental catch, it's also down compared to the 2021 catch. Overall, rates were down from compared to most of the years here, and also down for the non-pollock targets. And we have a slide that shows where the non-Chinook salmon incidental catch occurred. And then for the pollock fishery, it's not allocated to the different sectors, but you can see which sectors PSC catch there, and mostly in the B season. And also for the non-pollock, non-Chinook salmon, tends towards spring in the B season fisheries, total 2,695 Chinook salmon. And that should be the last slide for the Bering Sea, except for our acknowledgement slide. Thank you for everybody that makes this presentation possible. And then we could move on to the Gulf of Alaska unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Furnace and Mr. Whitney. Let's see if there are any questions before we move on. On to the Gulf.
Okay. Here we go. Might take a minute for the slides to advance. Okay, thank you. Okay, for first slide shows the reporting areas for the Gulf of Alaska. 610 is the Western Gulf, 620, 630 is the Central Gulf, and 640 and 650 is the Eastern Gulf. First slide shows the catch by gear and sector over the year. And overall, they're at 50% of the TAC in the Gulf of Alaska. The next slide shows total catch compared to previous years. We saw an increase in total catch mostly because of pollock compared to 21 and 2020. And we have a look at the maximum weekly catch, and in 2022, it increased compared to the 2 previous years. And that was September 17th, and 80% of the catch was pollock. Moving on to look at pollock trawl catch. This is where the total catch of pollock occurred in the Bering Sea, I'm sorry, in the Gulf of Alaska. And then look at the area and weekly catch in the Gulf of Alaska. Again, this is a second year of having 2 seasons instead of 4 seasons for Gulf of Alaska pollock. Overall, all the areas reached their pollock allocation. For the first time I think I've ever seen is we actually had targeting pollock in January before targeting in area 640 in West Yakutat before fishing in the other areas. How the pollock is apportioned by area, it's low for the Western Gulf or 610. So we haven't had a directive fishery in the A season in 2022 or 21. And areas 620 and 630, they delayed their pollock fishing until the first part of February. And then for the B season, all the sectors, all the areas started fishing on September 1st. Closures in 610 and 630 in late September, and for 620 in late October. This slide shows the number of vessels targeting pollock, and the orange on the top is all for all areas combined. Overall, you can see that the 620 and 630 areas are fairly steady number of vessels, and you can see because we don't open the 8 season, the big change in the 610 fishery number of vessels. Moving on to Pacific cod. This is where the trawl catch occurs in the Gulf of Alaska. And the non-trawl or hook and line pot mostly catch in the Gulf of Alaska or peacod. Here is the slide for the Western Gulf sector peacod allocations. Overall, they're at about 74% of the TAC. Most of the catch occurred in the A season. Trawl catcher processors and hook and line catcher vessels didn't open for directive fishing all year because their allocation is needed for incidental catch and other fisheries. For the B season, we only really saw targeting by the hook and line catcher processors. And in November, we did a reallocation of 650 metric tons to cover some overages. In the Western Gulf, the number of vessels are mostly for trawl gear and then for pot gear. And then the total catch of Pacific cod by vessels is mostly for trawl gear. And then this slide also includes hook and line CPs, and that is comparable to the catch of pot gear. This is a slide that looks at the use of tenders in the Western Gulf. First, for Pacific cod, we saw an increase in the percent of Pacific cod total catch delivered to tenders and the number of tenders. And then for pollock, also a more return to more average numbers of the percentage of pollock catch and the use of tenders. But overall, still low compared to both pollock and cod in 2017 and pollock in 2018. Moving on to the Central Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod allocation to the sectors. Overall, they're at 89% of the TAC in the Central Gulf. Again, you can see high effort in the A season, and then in the B season opens September 1st. And we didn't have an opening for trawl catcher vessels until you can see that high catch in September in yellow. There was a short opener. They had enough Pacific cod remaining to open directed fishing. This is a look at the number of vessels participating in Pacific cod fisheries. Most of the vessels are from hook and line catch vessels less than 50 feet. And then the total catch by gear, highest catch is for the trawl catcher vessels. So most of that was incidental catch. And then pot gear after that. This is a slide that looks at tenders. Tender use in the Central Gulf is still low, and for Pacific cod, but for pollock, we saw an increase to, but it's still only 5% of the total catch of pollock. Moving on to Western Gulf of Alaska rockfish fisheries. These are the species that are open for directed fishing. And so this, we had 4 catcher processors targeting Pacific cod, and they took that allocation, but didn't target northerns or duskies too much. This slide looks at the Central Gulf Rockfish Program, and overall they participate in the fishery in May, June, and July. The fishery opened May 1st, and then come back to it in the fall and finish up. The next slide shows the allocations under the program. First, to the entry-level longline fishery, there wasn't much fishing this year, so they won't see any changes in their allocations in 2023. For the cooperative fisheries, they reached a little higher than 77% by the time the fisheries closed on November 15th for POP, and then about actually 90% for sablefish. So they usually catch most of their POP this year. They anticipated they were going to catch it in the fall, but they had issues with weather, and then there was a lot of pollock mixed in with the Pacific Ocean perch. And you can see that also in the incidental catch allowances at the bottom. So we had an overage in the amount of incidental catch we set aside for Pacific Ocean perch, and that was because they experienced high incidental catch in the B season pollock fisheries in 620 and 630 of Pacific Ocean perch. Moving on to the species, the rockfish species that we don't open for directed fishing. First with short raker, overall at 64%, there was a overage of the TAC in the Central Gulf, and we prohibited retention October 25th. For rough eye black-spotted rockfish in the Gulf of Alaska, overall at 56%, no closures to retention there. And it's more spread out over the Gulf. Then for Thorny Head rockfish, low catch here. We've seen some decreases here because the trawl catcher vessels haven't been targeting flatfish in 2022 or 2021 because they have poor markets. So some decreases in some of the rockfish species because of that. But most of the catch is in the rockfish target and the IFQ fisheries. Moving on to other rockfish. The CAC was exceeded in the western central area, so we prohibited retention on August 6th. And then we have a breakout on the table on the right. The predominant catch by the trawl fisheries is harlequin, and by the hook and line fisheries is yellow eye. So this slide, I cannot see the top. I think this is the total catch of all species in hook and line, in the hook and line fisheries. So you can see that they start out with Pacific cod in the purple in the A season, and then move into the IFQ species. Retained halibut is in the light blue, and sablefish in tan. And then there are incidental catch species of rockfish and arrowtooth and skates. Moving on to our sablefish slides. This is the sector allocations for sablefish in the Gulf, overall at 79% of the TAC, and there was no prohibited retention in 2022. IFQ fisheries started out the opening in March 6th, and in the chart you can see that incidental catch for the trawl gear started in April in the flatfish fisheries, and then when the rockfish opens for trawl gear in May and July. This slide looks closer at the incidental catch and the catch in the rockfish program of sablefish. So it's up a little bit in 2022 compared to 2021 for catcher processors. Most of the catch is in the non-rockfish program fisheries because they also fish in the Western Gulf and West Yakutat. And then for the trawl catch vessels, most of the catch is in the rockfish program in the Central Gulf of sablefish. This slide looks at the catch between hook and line gear and pot gear. And in the chart over on the table over on the right, you can see that pot gear is increased to 82% Gulf-wide compared to about 72% in 2021. And most of that is in the Western Gulf in pot gear, and then less as you move towards Southeast. And then we also have the table that shows a comparison between hard pots and slinky pots in the Gulf of Alaska. And this is only a reflection of the catcher vessels. So overall, Gulf-wide at 68% of slinky pots. And you can see in the Western Gulf, they still use more hard pots at 76%. And that moves, as you move to Southeast, that increases to 93% in Southeast. The next slide shows a comparison of the incidental catch for hook and line gear and pot gear in the sablefish target. And it's fairly comparable over the years. In 2022, we saw decrease in grenadier and rockfish, and then an increase in other groundfish, which is mostly flatfish and skates.
Ms. Furunis, Ms. Kimball has a question.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, and sorry to interrupt. I didn't know if, I hope this doesn't count toward my questions. Is there a way to shrink the slides a little bit so the public can see the titles? It's really, I'm looking at it on my laptop, but it's very difficult, I bet, to follow with no titles. Or is that, if that's difficult, I just thought maybe it was simple.
This is Nicole, through the chair. There is not a current way to do that quickly. We would have to take a stand down possibly to do that. It has to do with the version of the PowerPoint that we have.
We'll just have to listen very carefully to Ms. Furness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. And yes, Ms. Furunis, if you can just designate which slide you're on, the title of each slide as you walk through it. I know you've been talking about it as you walk through, but I've been following along on my own laptop as well and haven't noticed that the issue that Ms. Kimball raised. So
Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure why this presentation is different than the Bering Sea. They're both done the same, so.
Post a version.
okay,
Yeah, it's posted on the agenda.
Yeah, if you have it might be helpful if you're able to pull up a version off the agenda where you could actually see all the title.
all right, thank you for that.
I'll try to do better at saying what the slide covers. So this is moving on to skates, and the first slide is for big skates, and overall 34% of the TAC. And big skates is one that we're seeing a decreased catch because of less trawl catcher vessel flatfish targeting, but some increase in IFQ fisheries. Then for long nose skate and other skates are both on this slide. Long nose skates on the left table is at 35% of the catch overall. And other skates, we saw an increase this year in the IFQ halibut target at 92%. And that catch is also spread out over the Gulf. This slide is for sharks and octopus, and overall in the Gulf, most of the sharks are spiny dogfish taken by hook and line fisheries. And then octopus again, as in the Bering Sea, is mostly taken by pot gear. And both those catch are fairly low against the TAC. Moving to our prohibited species slide, we prohibited retention for 4 species in the Gulf of Alaska this year: Pacific cod by trawl catcher processors in the Central Gulf, other rockfish in the Central and Western. For all gear, Pacific Ocean perch, not in the rockfish program in the Central Gulf, and short acre rockfish in the Central Gulf for all gear types and sectors. So this is moving on to looking at flatfish. So the flatfish catch here is on the chart is showing catcher processor catch on the left-hand side and catcher vessel catch on the right-hand side. And so you can see the decrease in 2021 and 2022 of catcher vessel catch on the right-hand in the right-hand columns, because they don't have a market, but in a slight increase in catcher processor catch of flatfish and mostly air-tooth flounder. Then just moving on to the slide that shows the flatfish catch against the TAC setter set. And overall, you can see that low total catch against the TAC. And at the bottom is the skate. And as we mentioned, some increase in some of those species catch in 2022. This is moving to our discard slides, discard and retain, first by trawl gear. Again, it's sorted by the far right column of 2022 retained catch, mostly in the pollock fishery, but pollock is also the fishery that has the highest overall discard. And then Pacific Ocean perch. And again, that's back to the high incidental catch of Pacific Ocean perch we saw in the BC's and pollock fishery in 2022. And if they're not fishing in the rockfish program, that they can only retain up to the maximum retainable amount. But overall, retention was at 97% and an increase overall in total catch, and that's mostly due to pollock. Moving on to retained and discard by hook and line gear at the top. Overall total retention was 56%. Most of the demersal shelf rockfish at the top of the table for 2022 is retained, and also high for thorny heads and sablefish and some other rockfish species. Overall, a slight increase in total catch by hook and line gear because of Pacific cod and sablefish. And then pot gear is at the bottom of the slide. Overall, 97% in 22 was retained, and some increase in Pacific cod, and then a large increase in sablefish, total retained catch. Next slide is our
Ms.
use.
Sorry, Ms. Kimball has a question.
I just had a quick question, and maybe it refers back in part to like your Western Gulf. You don't need to go there. Pot catch was so low compared to the TAC, the Western Gulf pot cod catch.
Right.
And then the level of discard seemed to be increasing in Pequod. Is there some explanation for what was happening in that fishery this year?
So through the chair, Ms. Kimball, for pot gear, we expected to see them target pot gear cod in the B season, but there was no effort. So that's one reason for the lower pot catch in 2022. And then I didn't quite hear the second part of your question, sorry.
And I don't mean to pick on this, but it just seemed like the discard of cod overall in the Gulf was higher than last year and higher than the previous year. Was there any biological or something you'd heard from the fishery explanation for that trend?
Through the chair. Right. Well, there was reports of high incidental catch of cod in the B season by catcher vessels in the Central Gulf of Alaska, and the less than 60 sector was open for directed fishing for Pequod after September 1st, but the greater than 60 fleet didn't have enough Pacific cod in that sector to open their directed fishery, so they were discarding some Pacific cod in their IFQ fisheries, and so that's mainly. Oops. Okay, moving on to prohibited species catch, and we have more slides that break out Chinook salmon by all the sectors, except for the bottom of that top table for 640 pollock and non-trawl gear. There was no catch for Chinook salmon reported. And the bottom table is for other PSC species, and there's no PSC limits for any of these species in the Gulf of Alaska. The first slide is to look at incidental catch of barred-eyed tanner crab in the Gulf of Alaska. You can see the 2022 catch was again low, looking back to the high catch in 2020. Most of that catch is in the Pacific cod fixed gear target. Then moving on to our Chinook salmon slides. First is looking at Chinook salmon in the Western Gulf pollock fishery. Overall, at 39% of the PSC limit in 2022, so it's comparable to 2021. And because of that closure of pollock in the A season, all of the salmon is in the B season. Overall, the rates at the bottom of the top table are lower than previous years. Next is for Chinook salmon in the Central Gulf pollock fisheries, overall at 42% of the limit. Little switch between 21 and 22. Most of the catch was in the B season in 2022 compared to the A season 2021. Overall, lower rates in 2022 than the previous year shown in the table in the top right. Moving on to Chinook salmon in the trawl catcher vessel non-pollock, non-rockfish program fisheries. Again, Chinook salmon can be fairly variable here. You can see we didn't have any reported catch in 2022, and that was similar in 2020. But in 2021, there was high rates of Chinook salmon, and we ended up reallocating some of the Chinook salmon limit from the Central Gulf pollock fishery that increased the limit to 4,410 for 2022, but the limit next year will be increased to the 3,060 Chinook salmon limit because they stayed under the incentive buffer in 2022. Moving on to the Chinook salmon limit for the rockfish program catch vessels. Overall fairly low at 6% of their PSC limit. And again, the rates in the top are low for most of the previous years. In 2021, they also saw higher incidental catch of Chinook salmon, and there was another reallocation to increase the limit to 1,400, but next year it'll remain at 1,200. And the next slide shows the Chinook salmon limit for trawl catcher processors. It's comparable to previous years, but in 2022, most of the Chinook salmon was in the rockfish target, and they've been at their higher limit of 4,080 Chinook salmon because they've stayed under their incentive buffer all those years. Moving on to our total catch of halibut in the Gulf of Alaska. First at the top for fixed gear. Again, most of the halibut is taken in the IFQ fisheries. Some discards there, and after the mortality rate, our discard mortality rate is applied, total of 577 metric tons of mortality. In the sablefish fishery, the mortality is converted to 26 metric tons. So the PSC limit is for the Pacific cod and other groundfish targets for hook and line gear. And that came in at 42 metric tons of mortality. So 16% of their PSC limit, and then a small amount in pot. And then at the bottom table for trawl gear, we again saw a really low mortality, halibut mortality in the Gulf of Alaska. It was really low last year, but it's even lower in 2022. Most of the halibut is in the arrowtooth flounder targets, rockfish, sablefish target, and then pollock, where they're it's not necessarily the pollock they're catching, it's they're legally topping off on Pacific cod. And that came in at 21% of the overall trawl mortality limit, halibut mortality limit. Then breaking it down to look at between the trawl catcher vessels and the trawl catcher process will be in the next slide. So for trawl catcher vessels, this doesn't include any of the rockfish program catch. Most of their halibut mortality was in their shallow water targets. So for mostly for Pacific cod. And then moving on, and shallow water flatfish. And then moving on to the trawl catcher processors. Halibut, they had most of their halibut mortality in the deep water targets. So for rockfish and arrowtooth flounder. This is a slide that shows the trawl halibut mortality as it's apportioned in the harvest specifications between the deep water species at the top and then the shallow water species by season, and then the amount that goes to the rockfish program and the total catch there. Then again, for all non-rockfish program trawl sectors, we have that 5th season after October 1st allocation, and then the total halibut mortality at the bottom. The next slide shows the comparison to the previous 5-year average. And overall, you can see in 2022, there is a minus 61% in metric tons and a minus 59% in the rates. And then compared to 2021 only, 2022 came in at 9% less overall in metric tons and minus 26% in rates. And that's the last slide for the Gulf of Alaska report.
Thank you, Ms. Furunas. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Furunas, sorry, I'm going to drag you all the way back to Western Gulf tender vessels. Slide 13. I was trying to answer this on my own and couldn't, so anyway. I'm just wondering if the percentages of tender use were sort of anomalously high in 21 and 22, or whether they're sort of more of a return to normal and it was actually anomalously low in 18 through 20.
Oops, let's see here. What?
Yeah, there it is.
Oops. There. I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Sure. I was wondering whether the rise in 21 and 22 represented anomalously high numbers when you look back longer than the 5 years, or whether actually what was going on was that in 18 through 20, tender use was a lot lower than the longer term average.
Yeah, I'd have to look that up. I'm not quite sure, but
I was trying to recreate what kind of swing might, or what change in the either the fishery dynamic or the distribution of fish. And I couldn't see anything in the distribution of peacock, but would account for that kind of a swing in terms of.
yeah, the tax are quite reduced from I think.
But since it's a percentage, it should be
Mhm.
more change in distribution of either fishing vessels or fish.
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
I apologize. I don't want to answer for the agency, but I don't want to lose this thread and have Mary go back. But these are independent catcher vessels, and there was a contingent of vessels that traditionally had been delivering to Kodiak that delivered to King Cove, as they're allowed to do and find a new market. And so King Cove traditionally uses tender vessels in order to serve their fleet that's out on the grounds and provide that fish to come back to King Cove in an efficient manner. So that is my explanation that I've heard for the increase in tender use. Vessels fishing in Kodiak that decided to deliver to King Cove.
Any further questions for Ms. Brunis, Mr. Whitney, or Ms. Kimball? Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that concludes our B2 NIMS management report. Thanks again. That will move us on to B3, our general counsel report. Counselor, good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Josh Fortenberry, NOAA General Counsel. Yeah, just a quick litigation update for the council and the public today. As many of you know, on June 21st of this year, we received an adverse decision in the litigation challenging the rules implementing Amendment 14 to the Salmon FMP. The court vacated those rules. Parties briefed remedy on November 28th. We got a remedy order from the court. So the order is for NIMS to promulgate a new rule managing the federal waters of Cook Inlet salmon fishery by May 1st of 2024. To meet that deadline, the council's already taken an initial review at this meeting, and the plan would be to take final action in April of 2023. And NIMS representative of the court, it could meet the court's deadline if we keep that schedule. NIMS will be providing regular status updates to the court, but that's all I have for now, unless there's questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, With no questions, we are ready to move on to B4, our NOAA enforcement report. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Nathan Lagerway, the Assistant Director for Alaska Division, Office of Law Enforcement, and with me is Alex Perry. He is our compliance liaison and analyst for us. And we're going to be sharing this report this morning, kind of ping-ponging back and forth as he was on some of the operations that we'll be describing. And I'll wait for the PowerPoint to show up.
Looks like you got it there. And if you can, just pull your microphone just a little bit closer to you there. A little trouble hearing.
Okay. So we intend to go to a one report to the council for OLE on an annual basis. We've been kind of repeating some of the stuff that we're doing in June, but so if that's going to be amenable to the council, we think we may go with that model, but then also if urgent matters come up or trends come up that we think the council would be interested in, we would certainly bring those up at any council meetings and of course continue to attend the meetings. This first slide here, that was June. When we were at the council meeting in Sitka, and we had Janet Coit and her staff that we hosted on our vessel. We're going to highlight a few of our activities throughout the last year in this report, and of course, there's more detail within the written report. And if there's any questions at the end, we'd entertain any of those as well. As with our partnership with the Coast Guard, the partnership with Alaska Wildlife Troopers and our joint enforcement agreement provides us some additional reach, especially into offshore waters. One of the biggest components of that partnership is use of their medium class and large class vessels. And so this highlighted patrol is one that we did on the Enforcer out in the southeast of Alaska. And we did 107 boardings on that patrol from the Enforcer with our Alaska Wildlife Trooper partners. We also patrolled the Canadian Maritime Boundary, the AB line, and went into multiple communities and did outreach and education. Some of the federal violations that were discovered during that patrol were mutilating halibut, over limits of sport caught, and improperly marked gear. And I'll ping pong over to Alex for the next one.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council, Alex Perry for the record. Nathan introduced me earlier, so I won't get into that. So in the summer, we conducted an operation in Dutch Harbor. Getting a little bit of feedback. Okay. We had participants with AWT, the Wildlife Troopers, United States Coast Guard, the Workplace Violence Prevention and Response. We collaborated with Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis and Sustainable Fisheries during that operation. This took place in July and August. With respect to the enforcement activities, during the operation, 20 fishing vessels were boarded. Started with 24 cases being addressed, which were originated from 136 observer statements. And throughout the course of the operation, 4 new cases were initiated. And of those, there were 11 forwarded for enforcement action. As part of that, we also piggybacked on the operation to perform some outreach with the industry. So I traveled out with a representative from Workplace Violence Prevention and Response, Lori Newell. And then on site in Dutch Harbor, Carolyn Lawrence with Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis, and Krista Milani with Sustainable Fisheries. So we performed 3 separate outreach meetings. Those meetings involved on site at the plants. So we met with industry folks. I conducted some trainings that were put together by Special Agent Jacqueline Smith with ensuring a safe working environment for observers. Workplace Violence Prevention and Response provided guidance on dealing with mostly SASH related issues. And then Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis and Sustainable Fisheries were available to answer observer program specific questions or regulatory questions. So we conducted 3 of those. One was on site at Alyeska. One was conducted with the public at the Grand Aleutian, and one was conducted at Unicy. We got a lot of great feedback from industry about conducting those meetings. So that's something we will look into continuing. Let's see. Some other outreach, Special Agent Smith, myself, I'm a compliance liaison analyst, and the Observer Program liaison, Dennis Yaska, conduct meetings throughout the course of the year, typically biannually with interested industry members. So this is since the June meeting. We conducted a total of 15 more outreach meetings with members of the industry to go over potential issues that they have had that we receive from Observer Program reports, from statements that they provide us. And so this is just, we very much encourage anybody in the public and the industry who's interested to learn about what types of statements we may have received that we will be looking into, to reach out to myself or reach out to us and ask for meetings.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this slide and for your discussion on that. I think you covered it, but these outreach meetings, I have heard from members of the public who have reviewed your full report in previous years, and where you highlighted some of particularly the observer safety concerns, in particular fleets, you do that analysis. And did you say that these outreach meetings, are they somewhat regularly scheduled? Are they ad hoc? Are they are they by the request of affected industry? How do you decide how to have those meetings?
That's a great question. So we will typically do this biannually. We will sum up the statements that we received from the Observer Program. So these meetings are specifically, the majority of these meetings are specifically for the observed fleets. However, that does not mean that we will not make meetings available for anyone, and it doesn't have to be an observed fleet. So what we'll do is we'll look at the trends that we've analyzed through doing the Observer Program annual report and then our own reports. And we'll reach out to the members in the industry, the leadership for various companies, and say, would you like to have a meeting? There's actually Special Agent Smith and myself are conducting meetings throughout this month and then into January. So those will be typically held January, December through January, and then again, generally in July. And we will reach out and ask for these meetings. However, as I said, we're happy to entertain meetings with non-observed fleets, members of the industry who are interested in calling and talking to us about these. And we look at it as a way to improve education about the types of trends that we're seeing and potential causes for those. So I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your report. My question is this the time of the year that we would receive this kind of report regarding the observer issues? Or is there another time when we get Special Agent Brown here that gives it? What I'm getting at is, do you look at the trends over time and you share that with the council so we can, you're obviously doing an incredible amount of outreach and education. It's been going on for years now. It would be good to know if those outreach and education have impacts on the number of violations that you're seeing on an annual basis. So can you provide us at some point a historical look at these observer related harassment issues, and we can see if your efforts are actually reducing the amount of incidents that are occurring on an annual basis?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Actually, we're not done with the presentation, but we do have an analysis in the B report of some of that historic data. We haven't analyzed to look at the specific trends in each of the fishery sectors this time. There's just been differences in with the pandemic and such, and we didn't see any like obvious trends that we felt that we could really comment on. But we do encourage any sector to go in and take a look at our B report and look at their own numbers and see if there's conclusions that they might draw from those and any questions that might bring up for us. As Alex said, we invite not just the observed fleets, but any fleets to reach out to us and ask for some guidance on what they can do within their sectors on their boats to improve compliance. Anytime we can work proactively like that, I think we'll invite that.
Please continue.
Yeah, moving on. So within the report, there are about 2 pages of cases that we referred to General Counsel Enforcement section. I'm going to highlight just a few of those. There are both settled cases and cases that have been issued novas that aren't necessarily yet settled within that section. A few of those cases included the Aldebaran, that's a SASH case, and SASH, if in case anybody's not, and for the general public, is sexual assault, sexual harassment cases. So the Aldebaran case was a sexual assault, sexual harassment case that resulted in a $21,600 settlement paid. Magnus and Martins was another case that involved no VMS, failure to run VMS and comply with VMS requirements. That was a $24,000 settlement. And then another one that we can highlight, Bristol Leader, fishing in a stellar sea line enclosure area. And that was a $32,000 settlement.
Before we move on, Mr. Twite has a question.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. I'm Mr. Lagerway. I'm trying to understand why sexual assault and sexual harassment results in a smaller fine than complying with VMS requirements.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. Usually those like VMS, there's a lot of catch that's highly valuable involved. Our general counsel goes off of their penalty schedules, I guess is one thing, but also those are issued individually so that if you go to the report that sexual assault, sexual harassment case was issued to an individual, not to a company, and there was no direct benefit financially to that individual from the fish that were caught illegally. So that may be one of the factors involved in those assessments.
Thanks. That's understandable from a technical standpoint. I guess maybe just ask you if I mean, obviously, we have a huge interest as a council in ensuring observers have a safe working place, but in particular are not, are free from worry about sexual assault, sexual harassment even, which is just the thought of having to be in a closed space and enduring that kind of thing is just strikes me as unimaginable. What I'm trying to ask is that a sufficient deterrent?
Through the chair, Mr. Tway, that's a really good question. And I'm glad you put it on record. Hopefully that answers the question adequately enough. Next slide is our summary settlement counts. So we each year we're summarizing the summary settlements that we have written over the course of the year. Again, here you see the highest numbers are in bycatch overages and pollock trip limit overages. Looking forward to EM helping with reducing those numbers in the future. A couple others here that we can highlight, Stellar Sea Lion, no transit areas. We've had some increased enforcement efforts in that area. And we have caught through looking at VMS data, we have caught a number of those Stellar Sea Lion incursions. And we're hoping to see a reduction in those with increased enforcement efforts. That's one of those areas where we do see some measure of effectiveness from enforcement efforts when we put focus on it. Fewer violations in the charter sector this year. A lot of those would be, mutilated halibut, bag limits, and of course, the more significant ones that are much less common are like gaff reporting, closed day fishing, and illegal charters. But those are our highest priority issues for charter. Fewer cases there. Also some increased efforts in recently in failure to report odds, fishing trips into odds for observer coverage. And so we'll be looking to next year for how our compliance rates are looking there.
Mr. Logaway, Mr. Williams has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question as I look at this settlement counts. Is this a fairly typical distribution of activities or counts? When I look down the list there, is that something it generally runs along this distribution, or is it associated with different specific activities that you're conducting?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams. Yeah, we look for trends from year to year in this, but it also definitely, you're right, has to do with the efforts and the patrols that we're on and where we focus our efforts with our joint enforcement with our wildlife troopers. So I think the answer to your question is yes to both, and we definitely look for trends in this data from one year to the next. But we typically see a distribution like this, and where we see something like Stellar Sea Lion, no transit incursions up on the list, we think about why that is. And that may be because of increased effort, or it might be because of increased violations, and that's exactly what we're trying to determine. All right. And I'll pass it again to Alex.
So this portion of the report is specifically focused on the observer program statements. And so in FY22, we received 715 statements, 61 of which did not document an actual violation. So to do that biannual comparison, we did build that into the report. So in FY21, we also received 715 statements from the observer program, which described 4,247 occurrences. So very little change from FY 21 to FY 22 with respect to the number of statements that we received and the number of occurrences. So to clarify, and I know we've spoken about this before, but for members of the public, a statement will document a potential violation, and they have certain categories that they report these statements to us under, which are detailed more in the annual report. And then each statement may contain a certain number of occurrences. So it may contain one statement that we receive may contain multiple occurrences. Incidents wise, we had 599 statements that were ended up being forwarded to agents and officers. And these were assigned to 262 unique incidents. So if there's multiple statements received for a particular vessel, it may involve multiple different types of potential violations. Those may be put together into a single unique incident for investigation by an enforcement officer or a special agent. Statuses, we have 127 that remain ongoing, and these data were completed October 1st, so it's the fiscal year. Out of 335 statements, one forwarded for prosecution. That came from one statement. 5 written warnings were issued, coming from 8 observer statements. 5 summary settlements issued, coming from 7 statements. 44 compliance assistance provided out of 125 statements. 5 were closed, referred to another agency. And then this last category refers to a variety. It is described in the report of potential reasons why we might close a particular case that was created from a statement. And those involve, sometimes we may not have the ability to allocate our resources to investigate a certain type of violation that's lower on the priority list. It may be that no violation was found after investigation. So there are multiple types of different statuses that get closed by us. And this last slide sort of refers to the question that was put forth by Mr. Mesereau. So we do over the years attempt to track trends, and then we will, you can go back to prior reports that we've provided to council to make comparison amongst numbers. In this particular section as well, we have 4 years worth of numbers put forward to analyze for trends. The reason that there are 4 years in this report, we specifically received a request to expand the number of years that we're looking at for trends. And 2019 is the first year that we were able to work with the observer program to get the data to begin tracking a rate. So in prior years, the statement categories were different, and we were not tracking rates. So what the rate analysis does is it provides us the opportunity to normalize these trends across different levels of fishing effort within different fleets. So for example, we may see, or we may have seen in the partial coverage fisheries, a significant lowering of the number of sea days that were observed. And that was observers not being deployable onto the vessels. It was lower fishing effort in the years of COVID. We're starting to see that normalize, but by applying the rates, we're able to normalize these as a rate of occurrences per 1,000 sea days. And so we provide these tables in the analysis, and as Nathan said, we really encourage folks in the industry to take a look at what we're seeing with respect to trends. The trends that are highlighted in red are the highest rates for each particular year. The trends that are highlighted in The orange are the second highest rates found within that year. And then you can compare across the comparable years.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the rate analysis, and I know we'll see the more detail in June. The rate analysis is on all statements. Is that correct? Any statement provided?
Through the chair. So with respect to the Observer Program Annual Report, they go through much more detail for each individual statement type. What we do in our report annually to you all is pare that down to the ones that we think have potentially more impact for folks to be looking at, and provide a little bit less of the resolution to the individual statements. So ones where we find more compelling potential trends or believe that folks in the industry may find more compelling trends to take a look at.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, from my understanding, then would this, and like this, I love this overview, but would that include statements that whose status is closed or where you provided compliance assistance? Or, I'm trying to get at it, are these total statements or just the ones that are kind of ongoing that you think have some substance behind them?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. So these are totals. These include the only things that we are excluding from here with respect to statements received are the ones that are immediately looked at and determined that no violation exists. So those do not enter the rate analysis. Anything that bears forwarding to an officer or an agent does go into these numbers, but it is irrespective of the actual disposition.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Both a question and a comment. The comment first is just regarding the JEA. As I was looking at your summary of the numbers for the JEA, and I was thinking about the size of the OLE staff and just realizing, oh my gosh, what a significant force multiplier that JEA agreement is. And I really appreciate being able to, as a council member, seeing the magnitude of the importance of that JEA program. So thank you for showing it that way and encourage you to continue that. Question I have is sort of really following up a little bit more on Ms. Kimball's questions about this table. One of the values I think, given your explanation that when it shows up on this table, there's likely the problem is real. So you've sort of sorted out some of the smoke from some of the fire in this table, and there's clearly a couple columns in this under sexual harassment and sexual assault that are sort of areas where we've got potentially some chronic problems. I'm assuming that A, you were already aware of these, and B, that you've been really dovetailing both your outreach efforts, your education efforts, as well as your enforcement efforts to kind of make those columns go away. Am I assuming correctly? And can you go into a little bit more detail about how you respond directly to those areas where we have just a consistent across all 4 years column of problems?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the comment and the question. We do focus on harassment, assault, and harassment sexual as being of primary importance for us to investigate and mitigate. And you are absolutely correct. We do focus a lot of our outreach efforts on attempting to make sure that those trends don't develop and keep them as minimal as possible. I would say that the numbers that you're seeing in these are low. So when N is small, it is somewhat difficult to really point to trends. But yeah, you're correct. You can see some continuations of trends within these. For example, the one thing with respect to the harassment assault that you're seeing here on this table. You're seeing a bit of a higher number here. So in the annual report, we clarified that some of these may describe incidents, and in particular in FY 22 may describe incidents that where an observer felt that their safety and well-being was under threat, as opposed to necessarily describing an actual physical altercation. But in answer to your question about the outreach and the education that we do, Special Agent Smith has put together that ensuring a safe work environment. We are making that available to members of the industry who would like that training. I gave that as part of the Dutch Harbor operation. And then, as I said, workplace violence prevention and response also provided a training for members of the industry about sexual harassment. So we do put a lot of focus on attempting to mitigate these before they become issues. Thank you.
Further questions? Right. Great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Perry and Mr. Lagerway. Appreciate the presentation and all the interaction. Council, let's go ahead and break for lunch. It's 12 on the dot. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and take up our fish and game report. See you in an hour.
Hi, Kelly, go ahead.
Hi, this is Kelly Cates doing a sound check. Can you hear me all right?
You're gonna have to read something because it's gonna have to be a longer
Okay.
talk because there's people eating lunch in here, so we can't hear anyway. So you're gonna
Okay.
we're gonna have to do a little bit more.
Okay, sounds good. I think I left off with Morocco versus Portugal, so I'll start there. Morocco is the first Arab country to go this deep into a World Cup and the first African country to reach the quarterfinals since Ghana in 2010. Moroccan fans throughout the Arab world have descended upon Doha and packed the stands at each of these games in Qatar, making them sound like home contests. Besides the team's strong play on both sides of the
Kelly,
field.
sorry.
Yep.
That's not gonna work. We can't hear you even standing right in front of the mic of the speaker.
Huh. Okay,
So-
let me try calling in with my phone.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Hi there, this is Kelly. Can you hear me?
Hi, Kelly, go ahead and read again.
Okie dokie. Perhaps the biggest surprise in the round of 16 was that Portugal star.
Are you sure you're on your
Cristiano Ronaldo-
speakerphone?
I am. Can't hear me? The decision.
Okay, just keep reading.
Okay. The decision stunned the soccer world. The last time Ronaldo didn't start for Portugal at the World Cup was in 2006. The decision to sit one of the world's most famous athletes turned out to be a good one. His replacement scored not one, but 3 goals in Portugal's 6-1 romp. Ronaldo did play, but not long after the Switzerland game had been decided.
Kelly, I'm gonna call you on the phone.
Okay, bye. Hey, this is Kelly Cates doing an audio test. Can you hear
Hey,
me all
Kelly,
right?
that's 1 billion times better. So keep those on. Make sure they have batteries, do whatever you need to do.
If anyone is talking, I can't hear you.
Wait, you got quiet again. You're gonna have to keep up with the yelling thing.
Hello, hello, hello.
Do you want to test anymore, Kelly?
Hi, this is Kelly Cates doing a quick sound check. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you, Kelly, and it's way better than anything you tried. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm not hearing any response.
Okay, I'll keep talking about December council meeting. I will text you. We're right at the NIMS reports now. Let me see. I'm texting you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very well. I can hear you really, really good.
Okay,
And-
so if I have my headset as my microphone and my speaker as my computer.
Okay, so do whatever, I don't know what you need to do. Maybe restart your computer and with the headset connected, so that way it connects everything to your headset. I don't know if that, I don't know how that works, but
I'm terrified my computer will like update or do something
Okay,
horrible.
but it sounds way, way better. I understand you're not going to be able to hear us. You can't hear us. You can't hear me right now.
No, I can. It's on two different systems, but that's fine with me if this works.
You're not using your headset anymore. Are you?
I am still using my headset as my microphone.
Because you got quiet again, unless you are talking quieter.
Nope. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's not as good as it first was.
Nope. Microphone still says it's my headset.
Okay, why don't you read something right? You can hear me though, right?
Yes, I can.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, I can. Oh,
Okay.
shoot.
Okay, and you have your headset on.
Yep.
Okay,
I
why
do.
don't you read something a little bit and let me play with some buttons?
If there's one team that knows how to play under weighty expectations, it's England. The Three Lions have just a single World Cup title from 1966, yet the English players and fans expect to be in the mix every 4 years, and 2022 is no different. Captain Harry Kane has excelled for club and country and is leading his squad forward.
Okay.
Perhaps most.
Can you hear me, right? Let me call you on the phone. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Council, please come back to order. Okay, good afternoon. We are ready to take our ADF&G report, and here to present that is Kendall Henry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Kendall Henry, and I'm a fisheries biologist for the Extended Jurisdiction Program at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And I am here to give the state report. And while we're getting that up, since this is the first oral report we've given in 2022, I'm going to go over all the state fisheries we've reported on and not just what we typically do. That's the fisheries that have occurred since the last council meeting, but I promise it'll still be a short presentation. Fisheries managed by the state of Alaska of interest to the council in 2022 include those for salmon, crab, scallop, and groundfish. The Southeast Alaska Summer Troll Fishery, which targets the annual Pacific Salmon Treaty Chinook salmon quota, opened on July 1st. The summer fishery is open during multiple periods from July 1st to September 30th. During the summer season, most waters of the Southeast Alaska and Yakutat area are open to commercial trolling, including outer coastal waters in the EEZ. Preliminary Chinook harvest during the summer troll fishery was 153,000 fish, of which 148,000 are estimated to be treaty Chinook salmon. And final numbers will be reported to the Pacific Salmon Commission in January. The 2022-23 Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab TAC is 5 million pounds and apportioned east and west of 174 west longitude. The eastern TAC is 3.3 million pounds and the western TAC is 1.7 million pounds. 10% of the eastern TAC is allocated to the CDQ fishery, and 10% of the western TAC is allocated to the ACA or ADAC community allocation fishery. The CDQ fishery opened on July 1st, and the ACA and IFQ fisheries opened on August 1st. Harvest in the eastern area remains confidential, while total harvest in the western area is 955,000 pounds. Both areas closed by regulation on April 30th, or if the TAC is reached. The 2022-23 Bering Sea Tanner crab fishery opened in both the western area and eastern area on October 15th. TAC in the western area is 850,000 pounds and TAC in the eastern area is 1.2 million pounds, with 10% of the TAC in each area allocated to CDQ. And I will note that this is the first time the eastern area has opened since the 2015-2016 season. Harvest in the western area is confidential, and to date, 526,000 pounds, which is 45% of the TAC, has been harvested in the eastern area. Both areas closed by regulation on March 31st, or when the TAC is achieved. Weather vane scallop fisheries in Yakutat, Kodiak, the Alaska Peninsula, Dutch Harbor, and Bering Sea opened on July 1st. The GHL for the 2022-2023 season is 375,500 pounds of shuck meat, which is a 30,000 pound increase from the previous year's GHL. And to date, 329,000 pounds have been harvested, and there's no effort in the fishery. They don't expect fishers to go back out, but it's always possible that they will. State water Pacific cod fisheries are established in Prince William Sound, Cook Inlet, Kodiak, Chignik, South Alaska Peninsula, and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. GHLs are calculated as percentage of federal area ABCs. The 2022 GHL for Prince William Sound is 1.7 million pounds and is allocated 85% to longline gear and 15% to pot and jig gear. State waters opened to pot gear on February 17th, and longline gear on March 22nd, and both fisheries closed on September 1st. The longline fishery harvested 543,000 pounds, and there was no effort by either the jig or pot gears. The 2022 GHL for Chignik is 3.8 million pounds and is allocated 90% to pot gear and 10% to jig gear. State waters opened to pot gear on March 1st and to jig gear on March 15th. Both fisheries remain open. 2.5 million pounds have been harvested by pot gear, with the most recent effort occurring back in April. There has not been any effort in the jig fishery. The 2022 GHL for Kodiak is 5.4 million pounds and is allocated 50% to jig and hand troll gears and 50% to pot gear. The pot fishery initially opened on February 22nd and closed on March 10th. It then reopened with rollover from the jig sector on April 1st and closed on September 1st. The jig fishery opened on January 1st and remains open. The pot fishery harvested 3.3 million pounds and the jig fishery has harvested 1.6 million pounds. The 2022 GHL for Cook Inlet is 1.6 million pounds with 1.4 million pounds allocated to pot gear and 240,000 pounds allocated to jig gear. The pot fishery opened on February 17th and closed to vessels greater than 58 feet in length on March 3rd and to vessels less than 58 feet in length on September 1st. Vessels using pot gear harvested 1.4 million pounds. And in 2022, the jig fishery didn't open because by regulation, the state waters jig fishery opens following the closure of the federal fishery, and the federal fishery in parallel waters did not close this year. The 2022 GHL for the South Alaska Peninsula is 6.6 million pounds and is allocated 85% to pot gear and 15% to jig gear. The pot fishery opened on March 7th and closed on March 16th, harvesting 5.3 million pounds. The jig fishery opened on March 15th and closes by regulation on December 31st, or when that allocation's been achieved. 516,000 pounds have been harvested in the jig fishery. The Dutch Harbor Subdistrict pot fishery opened on February 2nd with a GHL of 37.2 million pounds and 35.9 million pounds, which is 96% of the GHL, has been harvested. The pot fishery remains open, although most effort has occurred in the past spring. The jig fishery opened on May 1st with a GHL of 100,000 pounds, and harvest in the jig fishery is confidential. By regulation, both fisheries closed December 31st, or when the GHL is achieved. And since more than 90% of the 2022 GHL was achieved, the 2023 Dutch Harbor Subdistrict GHL will be 12% of the Bering Sea Pacific Cod ABC. And then in the Aleutian Islands Subdistrict, or AIS, the GHL is 39% of the Aleutian Islands ABC. But the AIS GHL is capped by regulation at 15 million pounds, which represents 33% of the 2022 Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod ABC. The ADAC section of the AIS opened on January 1st to vessels 60 feet or less, except for vessels fishing with long line gear, which are limited to 58 feet. And the entire AIS opened on January 27th to vessels 100 feet or less using pot gear, vessels 60 feet or less using non-pelagic trawler jig gears, and vessels 58 feet or less using long line gear. The AIS opened to vessels 125 feet or less using pot gear and vessels 100 feet or less using non-pelagic trawl gear on March 15th. And harvest in all sectors of the Aleutian Islands Subdistrict is confidential, but the GHL has not been achieved. And then at the October Board of Fisheries Pacific Cod meeting, the board adopted revised regulations for both the Aleutian Island Subdistrict and Dutch Harbor Subdistrict's Pacific Cod Management Plans. And this is a brief summary of changes that might be of interest to the council. Currently, the AIS opens to the state water season 4 days after the federal Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands CVs greater than or equal to 60-foot pot gear fishery closes. But starting in 2023, all waters of the AIS will open 4 days after that federal fishery closes or on February 1st, whichever occurs first. Additionally, vessels with pot gear are limited to no more than 100 feet in overall length, and those longer than 60 feet are limited to harvesting no more than 25% of the GHL. In 2023, the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict GHL for pot gear is 12% of the Bering Sea Pacific Cod ABC, and beginning in 2023, if 90% of the GHL is achieved for 2 consecutive years, the GHL will increase by 1% the next year. If 90% of the GHL is not achieved for 2 consecutive years, the GHL will be reduced by 1% the next year. And the GHL may not exceed 15% of the Bering Sea Pacific Cod ABC nor drop below 10%. And then the upcoming Board of Fisheries meetings are finfish meetings. So the Arctic, Yukon, and Kuskokwim finfish is January 14th through 18th in Anchorage. And then the Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Islands, and Chignik finfish meeting is February 20th through 25th in Anchorage. So are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our ADF&G report. That'll move us to B6, our Coast Guard report. We have a written report on the E agenda. I don't think there's a planned oral report, but see if there's any questions from council members. Okay. So then our last B report is the Fish and Wildlife Service report. Mr. Fassbender. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and thank you. I'm Pete Fassbender, Assistant Regional Director for Fisheries and Ecological Services, Fish Wildlife Service. Almost all of our federal in-season management areas this year required some level of conservation due to the low salmon returns. This was definitely the case for both the Chinook and chum salmon returning to Cusco and Yukon rivers. The restrictions on subsistence fishing was deemed necessary to conserve long-term viability of these stocks. 2022 was pretty much the same as the 2021 season, except for coho salmon returns on the Kuskokwim. Coho salmon have been reliably strong in the past, providing routine harvests of 400,000 fish annually. Recent returns are not reliable, have not been as reliable, and there's concern that for its continued substance use in that area. The Chinook salmon run was the worst year on record. Despite no directed salmon harvest, escapements for all species of Yukon River were well below the long-term average, and no established escapement goals appear to have been met, including that of the Yukon River Agreement of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. Canadian escapement objectives have not been met for Chinook since 2018 and for fall chum since 2019. It's likely Yukon households experience another year of very low harvests. This represents a loss of over 190,000 Chinook and chum salmon to approximately 25 households in the basin. And these estimates did not include the harvest loss in Yukon River communities throughout Canada. Salmon fishing closures were not taken lightly, and we recognize the hardship to fishermen and the loss of meals and traditional and spiritual practices to families throughout the basin. Critical Chinook salmon escapement goals were met again in 2022 in the Kuskokwim River because of the subsistence communities' continued sacrifices and their conservation efforts. We thank the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Kuskokwim River Intertribal Commission. We were able to provide one harvest opportunity in the Cusco River for approximately 400,000 Chinook were harvested. Chinook salmon escapement goals in the Chiknik management area and Kenai were not met either. Both stocks are now under consideration by the State Board of Fisheries, stocks of management concern. Tribal and stakeholder consultations conducted by Fish Wildlife Service in 2022 indicated a hardship, no subsistence fishing, and not having ways to maintain traditional camps. Communities also expressed frustration with commercial fishing in the Bering Sea bycatch, and salmon declines threaten food, cultural, spiritual, and economic security in the Yukon and Kuskokwim River basins. And they're requesting our immediate action by all management entities. There appears to be strong interest in the conservation basin ecosystem-wide management approach, particularly in the marine environment. There continues to be concern shared about the lack of equity, having subsistence fishing in the rivers closed while harvest of Western Alaska stocks continue in commercial marine environment. Alaska Native tribes and stakeholders request summaries of fish caught, specifically how much of the catch be bound for the Yukon River. They're appreciative of the council's work covering the topic. Diana Stram and other council staff providing data at RAC meetings and other Yukon and Kuskokwim specific meetings. Their ability to field questions, listen to concern, and be responded to requests has been beneficial. To minimize the in-river bycatch during periods of low salmon returns, Fish Wildlife Service has been working with Native tribes and all stakeholders for over 20 years to alter the fishing methods and means. Council and other marine commercial fishing fleet has reduced the bycatch of salmon. However, further efforts are warranted to reduce salmon bycatch, especially during times of low wild Chinook and chum salmon productivity and related restrictions on subsistence fishing. We are evaluating how to better engage with the council, Alaska Native tribes, and salmon stakeholders on the bycatch and marine freshwater ecosystem management. We appreciate the council's recently appointing the bycatch committee composed of agency, Alaska Native tribes, and commercial fishing industry reps. This is we think, a real positive step toward incorporating the perspectives and experiences of Alaska Native tribes to the council process. We'd like to stay informed of the committee's work, and Aaron Martin will be our point of contact going forward. And finally, as a member of the Federal Subsistence Board, we've received correspondence, and I understand so as a council, from regional subsistence advisory councils regarding the issue of salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fisheries. In response to the concerns expressed to the board, we forwarded their concerns to the secretaries with a request to liaison their peers to the Department of Commerce, and we'll be extending that invitation to the council to attend the federal board meeting coming up January 28th to February 1st, so we can further engage on the topic. And that's all I'd like to report, and thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fassbender. Are there any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read through your report and there was one reference to Area M and multiple references to marine environment encounters. And I guess I'm just looking to see if you are making similar engagement efforts and information requests of the Board of Fish and the state of Alaska regarding the Area M fishery.
I'm not certain where we are with the engagement. I know we've, our staff in the Anchorage office have attempted, but I'm not aware of where that is at this point. Thanks.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your report. I just was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on this meeting in January that you talked about. I hadn't heard of that, and I don't think some others have at the table. And maybe if you could just let us know the length of the meeting, the location, and if people are interested, how they can participate.
I'd prefer, I don't have the details of it, but I will get that to the council as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I just had a question. There were several instances where you're noting that more information is needed or would be helpful, but also recognizing that staff, Dr. Stram in particular, have been providing data at RAC meetings and on the in-season URDFA calls. So is there more that's needed from council staff on that idea? We certainly have a whole lot of information on this fishery that they're interested in. And so I'm kind of trying to figure out if you're needing more than you're already receiving.
I think we're good. It was more of a thank you, and acknowledgement for the efforts of the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Thanks again, Mr. Fassbender. Okay, that will conclude our B reports then. So we can move to public comment. Looks like we have 4 members signed up to testify. First up is Lauren Devine, then Jamie Goen, Julie Bonnie and Ruth Christensen, and then Shannon Carroll. We have Lauren Devine here.
Yes, good afternoon. I am remote for this particular testimony. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Good afternoon, Ms. Devine. You're coming in a little garbled.
Uh-oh. All right, give me 1 second and let me fix my audio.
I think that's sounding better.
Okay, this should be improved.
That sounds better. Whenever you're ready, Dr. Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name is Lauren Devine. I represent the Aleut community of St. Paul Island, and just want to take this opportunity to comment on the discussion today concerning Aleut community of St. Paul Island's National Sanctuary nomination, Alagum Canoe. We're pleased to announce that we do have a final save the date, date and time for our roundtable discussion. And that is going to be on Monday, January 30th from 10 a.m. to 12 noon Alaska time. We invite, so Aleut Community of St. Paul Island will be host of that roundtable, will be joined by guests from NOAA, including the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and NOAA's Office of General Counsel. We will share this information widely and publicly about the save the date, but we want to acknowledge that I believe the council and staff are on our email lists and will receive the information via email, but also the public can access that information through our newsletter, through emailing our prime, PRIME at aleut.com, or through email or contact with myself as the representative for the council on that issue. The public roundtable discussion itself will have information sharing on the nomination and designation process. We'll be able to answer questions from any entity through NOAA General Counsel, through Office of National Marine Sanctuary, or through us as a tribal government, and any public participants and stakeholders in the room. And we want to note this is really about addressing some key issues or questions that anyone would like to bring and present, and to listen to and discuss kind of any issues, concerns, questions from attendees. It will be virtual in an attempt to help move the process along, as scheduling has for an in-person has been quite difficult. We've decided to do it virtually through Zoom. So hopefully that format will be amenable to this process. And then last, I just want to do a brief note. There was a letter that was submitted from the city of Unalaska. And I want to note, since that letter and resolution was passed and made public, the Aleut community of St. Paul Island did meet with Unalaska Corporation, the Kaulungan tribe of Unalaska, and the city of Unalaska. And we met earlier this week, had a very productive discussion, one of many that we hope to have with that group. All parties indicated continued regular meetings, so we will be scheduling those in the coming weeks and months leading up to the roundtable and beyond. And we clarified many of the things that were laid out in the letter, and we want to clarify that now. It is not the intention of Aleut Community of St. Paul Island to circumvent the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, or to use the designation process itself to force any changes to fishery management plans or regulations or actions. And we do not and will not support a designation document or any other process that does so. With that, I will say thank you, and I'm happy to try to answer any additional questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I want to make sure I heard you correctly, Dr. Devine, that the tribe of St. Paul is the host of the roundtable. Is that correct? Not, I think our previous understanding was maybe the agency or the National Marine Sanctuary Program was the host.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. That is correct. Originally, there was a joint host possibility, again, in an effort to kind of put something on the calendar and get something moving. It was easier to streamline the process and have Aleut Community of St. Paul Island serve as the host. However, noting that there will be full attendance from all of the original parties that were part of the planning process.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Devine, did I understand you to say that this will be entirely virtual, that there will not be an in-person component, or were you meaning to say that there are virtual options, but it will still be in person in Anchorage?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. That is correct. We had originally, I believe when Office of National Marine Sanctuaries was co-hosting, there was discussions around using the Hilton as an in-person gathering. We've decided to go all virtual. However, it is, Aleut Community of St. Paul Island will figure out if there is a in-person gathering location that can be designated for Anchorage. It likely wouldn't be the Hilton, but I don't want to speak too quickly to that. So for the purposes of the save the date, virtual participation is guaranteed.
Further questions? Thank you, Dr. Devine.
Thank you.
Next up is Jamie Goen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. I just want to draw attention to a panel event Monday night that will discuss many of the topics at the heart of this week's council meeting. The Pulitzer Center, Anchorage Museum, Anchorage Daily News, and the Seattle Times are hosting an event titled Boom and Bust in the Bering Sea, The Fate of Crab and Sockeye in a Warming World. It's on Monday at the Anchorage Museum starting at 6 p.m. with an option to listen via Zoom. There's a flyer for the event linked under the B Reports Executive Director section. If you plan to participate remotely, you'll need to pre-register using the link provided. The panel includes native voices, scientists, academics, and harvesters, and should be a lively discussion. Eyes are on Alaska from all over the world right now, given recent events in the Bering Sea these last couple of years, good and bad. They're watching to see if we are going to be a leader in keeping fisheries sustainable amidst growing uncertainty and changing ocean conditions and fishing pressure. Are we going to be a pioneer for a better path forward using our science-driven participatory council process? We hope to see you at the event Monday night and keep the discussion going and look forward to the solutions that this council generates this week at your meeting. With that, happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Goen? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Ms. Goen. I looked at, I saw the original article about it in the Times, and I looked at the flyer, and in both cases, I can't really figure out if you're planning on attending in person, do you need to pre-register, or is it just for people who want to track the webinar online?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, my understanding is you do not have to pre-register to attend in person. It's just to listen online and get the Zoom link.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Goen. Okay, next up is Julie Bonney and Ruth Christensen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank.
Ruth Christensen with United Catcher Boats.
So as you know, we are two of the three PIs for the Pollock Trawl EFP. The third PI, Charlotte Levy, could not be here with us today due to a work conflict, but supports our request to you today. We were notified by our agency partners of the unforeseen circumstances that have now caused the delay in the development of the regulatory package for the Pollock Trawl EM program until 2025, a year later than expected. We will continue to collaborate with the agency and all project partners, just as we have from the beginning, to ensure the continuation of the project as an EFP through the end of 2024. During the EFP, we have received our funding from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. We expect to receive our final award that will fund our project and the Western Gulf project through the end of 2023. However, we need additional funds for both the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Central Gulf, and Western Gulf projects in 2024. We are hopeful that our agency partners will be able to find money either from the EM money that Senator Murkowski secured for us or other sources. We are asking that the council write a letter making this request for funding directly to NIMS headquarters. And then I'm going to turn it over to Ruth.
Bad cleanup. Yeah, I think it's just, it's the delay is unfortunate, but like Julie said, we're hopeful that the program can continue uninterrupted without too many negative impacts. And really part of that interruption, or what we're hoping won't be interrupted, is our ability to allow new vessels to participate in 2024. Given that was the original timeline, we have vessels that were ready, they are ready, both in the Bering Sea and the Gulf. They're excited about joining this program. So because we froze the footprint under the EFP, we want to be able to allow them to participate in 2024.
And just to follow on that, we have a Trawl EM committee meeting the end of January. So that I'm assuming that would be on the agenda to discuss the idea, not only the funding for 2024, and hopefully that we have some money is secured, but then also how to be able to expand the project into additional vessels, both in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And just to give you a concept, all the processors are involved that do Pollock or purchase Pollock shoreside. But about 50% of the CVs in the Bering Sea are still carrying human observers, are not using cameras. Is that right? About 50? A little bit more. And then in the Central Gulf, about 40% of the vessels do not use EM for pollock. So, so in total, that would be probably 40 vessels, 45. Anyway, we can talk about that more at the committee meeting. But we don't want to see them sit on the sidelines. Let's get them in, get move and get better data. That's the goal, right?
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What level of funding are we talking about? I'm sure others have been around longer, know the answer to that already, but I don't. So what level of funding are we speaking to?
That has changed a lot over time, so I don't know that we are prepared to answer that question right now.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bonnie, if this is a better subject for the EM committee meeting, then just tell me that. But does this year delay in moving this program out of EFP and into regulation, does it have any impact on any of the work that you're starting up now or you've got going on the shore base, on shore at the processors, to develop efficiencies of sampling in the processors to match the work we've done offshore in the EM? Does it trigger a delay or is it able to stay on schedule and keep moving forward?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, it does not. So it's not going to affect the ability to change up the sampling for within the processing plants for salmon.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
I hope you didn't, thank you, Mr. Chair, answer this, but is there an opportunity for another additional year of NIFWIF funding or is that off the table?
Yeah, we missed that deadline through the chair, Ms. Kimball.
All right, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you both for your testimony. Okay, last up is Shannon Carroll. Good afternoon.
It's Julie Bonnie's birthday, so make sure everybody says happy birthday to her. Shannon Carroll speaking on behalf of Trident Seafoods. Thank you and good afternoon. Testifying today because I want to follow up on the council's request for industry to come forward with respect to what we can do on research and voluntary measures to reduce and improve bycatch and gear performance. So I'm not going to be able to get through everything that we're doing in 3 minutes, but I wanted to give you guys some highlights and report back to you during the reports. I want to first recognize that, Trident's view is that cooperative and industry-led research is really a foundational piece of sustainable and science-based management in the North Pacific. We certainly recognize how fast things are changing, particularly in the Bering Sea, and think that industry efforts can be implemented more quickly and more responsive and sometimes more precisely than regulatory measures. So we really applaud the council's efforts to push industry to do more and report back, and just want to say thank you for that. With that said, I just want to touch on a few highlights, like I mentioned. On the research side, I think most notably, we've hired a research fisheries scientist to work on in-house trawl gear modifications, fisheries and bycatch performance, among many other things. She's actually been with us under contract since the spring, working really closely with our fleet to try to figure out if we can augment the efficacy of salmon excluders using artificial light. And at the top of our priority in our new role is going to be evaluating bottom contact and gear design for pelagic trawls with a focus on benthic interactions. And we recognize how important this work is, and we're committed to keeping stakeholders and the council up to speed as this work's further developed. With respect to voluntary measures and our company-owned vessels, we've put most of our focus on our pot cod vessels, since this is the fishery with the highest non-directed interactions with red king crab. To date, Trident's implemented best practices recommended by ABSC. We've kept our vessels out of the red king crab savings area, And we've stopped providing tenders to the independent vessels that continue to fish in that region. For 2023, we're going to keep our electronic monitoring cameras on 100% of the time rather than just when selected through the odds program, in an effort to provide better data to fisheries managers. And then, of course, our in-house fisheries researcher will be looking to at ways to improve crab bycatch mitigation strategies for that fishery. And then on the salmon side, we're going to continue our lighted excluder work, certainly. And then new for the 2023 season, we'll be implementing a bycatch avoidance bonus for our Accutan co-op that rewards the co-op for being the top performer in either or both Chinook and chum bycatch for the A and B seasons respectively. And just to note, that's in addition to the IPA incentives and doesn't modify that in any way. It's just additive. So real quickly, just to close, I just want to note that Trident remains committed to furthering research and development. We continue to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on collaborative research through different foundations. And we're really committed to this kind of work and reporting back to the council. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Are there questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. All right. I have a question about the measure that you mentioned in terms of your pot cod vessels and the leaving your cameras on 100% of the time. And I probably should know this, but since that fleet is in the partial coverage category, and you mentioned really the sole purpose of your intended measure is to provide additional data. We've talked about that before in this council in terms of potential challenges with data in that fleet due to the partial coverage. Does our system have the ability to incorporate voluntary data such as you intend to provide through that particular measure?
Thanks for the question through the chair, Ms. Baker. That was actually one of the first questions I asked our vessel managers when we were sort of talking about the idea. And they're working with Stacey Hansen and the Observer program. This is through the EFP, so it's separate. And Christian was confident that we could actually incorporate this data. I think even if they are not able to, we still view that data as being really valuable for our own benefit, just to understand what the difference is, and also just to get better information on the kinds of bycatch rates that our vessels are encountering. So the bottom line is the goal, regardless of where that data gets implemented, is it's going to be useful for us. So.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that. And my second question goes to the first intended measure you mentioned in terms of the salmon excluder work. And I really appreciate you bringing that up. That has come to my attention just from media inquiries and members of the public essentially asking about ongoing work here in the North Pacific related to salmon excluders and different light sources and those sorts of things. Can you just give a little bit more information about the work that you intend to pursue under that measure?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker. I will note that I found out about this project after it was actually started. Our vessel managers had been in contact with a light manufacturer and got really excited about the potential and actually started using the lighted excluder during the A season last year. And we're looking at data, and I asked them what their methods were for doing it, and they were sort of going about it in an ad hoc process. So I suggested that maybe we try to figure out a way to do it with a little bit more scientific validity. And that's how we ended up contacting this fisheries researcher and getting in touch with her. I think this has been a project that's been going on for a little while, and it's hard to really understand if there's going to be a significant amount of benefit. But our intent is to try to get, we've only had it on one vessel so far for last season, and it's really mostly useful in the A season. So this will be our second season fully testing it out. And I think the goal would be to eventually expand it. But I can certainly follow up with more details on what we're actually doing this A season once our researcher gets her feet under her a little bit more.
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Shannon. And I think for one, I just commend you on all the work you've done. You moved pretty fast. You went through a great list of stuff there. And I think it's fantastic what the testimony you had here today. I'm anxious to hear more. So my question is on two things. So, and I'll ask you separately just so that you don't forget what the first question was, but you mentioned, like I said, you were moving pretty quickly, but you mentioned that you had, you were voluntarily staying outside of the Red King Crab Savings Area. Was that just with the pot vessels that you have, or is that your trawl vessels, CV and CPs as well? Or was that, that you're voluntarily staying out of that
Yeah.
area?
Through the chair, Mr. Jones, that's with our pot CP or pot CV vessels. And I suppose CP. And that's again, because of the known interactions that they have with red king crab. And the fact that we can observe that kind of interaction.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate that. And then my second question was on the bottom contact. You mentioned that was one of the areas the researcher would be looking into, and I'm guessing bottom contact, you mean bottom contact sensors. That's unless there's some other venue. But when would you think that you'd be started with, do you have an idea on a time frame when you would start to experiment with these? Because I understand that it's quite complex trying to get this gear on and off, and can be a great interruption to fishing and that kind of thing. So I'm very interested. I think this could solve a lot of issues for a lot of people if we could get bottom contact sensors developed.
Through the chair, Mr. Downs, first, I guess I wouldn't presume that it's going to be bottom sensors. I would be out of my element if I was really speaking to any aspects of what this research is. That the researchers that we hired started the week of the plan team, so has not been with us really long enough to, I think, give her the time to develop the study that she wants. And so I would just note that we have put capital towards this in addition to fully funding her position, and really hired her for her expertise. So I can't really comment on what it's going to look like or what the time frame is going to be. I certainly understand the urgency of how some of the sectors are feeling with this issue, but we want to, of course, make sure that the work that she's doing is focused on providing good results too. So but what I can promise is transparency and keeping stakeholders in the council up to date as we get information that's useful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Carroll, this actually builds on the last question. I was going to ask if there was anything more that you could tell us about the work looking at pelagic trawl gear effects on the bottom. And I guess a second component to that is whether that is something just Trident is doing, or is that related to the work that ETSI processors had told us would be progressing on that subject?
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland. So I mean, I really can't comment more. I spoke with the researcher today, and I think we have to give her some time to get her feet under to sort of build this out. And so that's all I can really comment. This is separate from the work that APA is doing, that Trident's also contributing towards, and we see a lot of value in that. And I think that's going to be really important as well, and are highly supportive of that work, both financially and in other ways.
Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I heartily agree with your observations at the beginning about the ability of the industry to be able to work more nimbly and implement more nimbly. The question I have is about as you begin to have results, has Trident or the scientists that you've got working put any thought yet into a peer review process, which is the normal sort of capstone to most of the science that comes to us, as having gone through the peer review?
Yeah, through the chair. I was talking about that with her today, and I think, I think one of the reasons that we decided to find somebody in-house to do work with us is because we wanted to try to be, come up with some research and some work that could be done more quickly and with less, burden than you get going through, for example, the NPRB process, which is wonderful as an NPRB board member, I would say, but it creates a lot more things that you have to tick off as a researcher. Whereas when you're working for a company, obviously you can be a little bit more directed in the kind of work you're doing, and more responsive to changes that aren't built into the original plan. But with that said, I obviously understand that the usefulness of that information, once it goes beyond an individual company into this arena, becomes less so if it's not going through a peer review process. And so I think if we find something that is useful, we would then have to consider, how do we then take it the next step to make it acceptable for fisheries managers to use, if we are ultimately able to even come up with something. So I hope that answers your question.
Any further questions for Mr. Carroll? Thank you for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment. We don't have any action that we're required to take here, although we can or flag for staff tasking. Is there any action the council would like to take? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just don't see a need to maybe wait till staff tasking, so it's not for the tickler list. I was just wondering if we could provide direction based on both the NIMS management report and the testimony we received on providing a letter to the agency to try to push for some bridge funding for our trawl EM program in the 1-year gap that's now created for lack of capacity to write that rule in the time period that we understood to be expected. So I'm just hoping that that's not I can make a formal motion, or we could just provide that direction now. It seems pretty self-explanatory and straightforward.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I will look around the council for nods of support. All right, I think we have it. Mr. Witherell, is there anything that would be helpful additionally for us to provide? Good enough? Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further? Okay, that concludes our B items. Let's go ahead and move into agenda item C1. Can maybe stand down here in the room for 2 minutes while we get staff lined up. So stay close.
Good afternoon, this is Kelly doing a quick sound check. Can you hear me all right?
Kelly, we'll have to see when the room quiets down. Sounded a little tinny, maybe tough to hear, but we'll get a better sense here shortly. Okay, council, please come back to order. We are ready to pick up with our C1 agenda item. Dr. Cates, let's do another audio check, please.
Good afternoon. This is Kelly Cates, NIP staff, doing a quick sound check. How does that sound to you all?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little challenging, I think. Yeah, that's, I think we have the option to maybe try you calling in, is that right?
Sure. Let me go ahead and try that.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Kelly Cates. Are you able to hear me all right?
Dr. Cates, that sounded clearer to me, still not ideal, but if you just work hard at projecting, I think we'll be able to work through it with that. So take it away.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
All right. Yeah, just please feel free to interrupt me if the sound deteriorates. Good afternoon, members of the council. For the record, my name is Kelly Cates, NIMS Sustainable Fisheries staff, and I am joined by Sarah Marinan, council staff. Before we begin, I want to thank all the many people who made this analysis possible. We had a very short turnaround to put this document together, and many people, including regional staff, science center staff, state staff, and council staff, contributed information and expertise to the document. In addition to Sarah and myself, we are joined online by Jennifer Mondragon, Krista Milani, and Mason Smith to assist with questions. For the second year in a row, the 2022 Alaska Fisheries Science Center trawl survey showed low abundance of Bristol Bay red king crab, with female abundance falling below the state threshold required to hold a directed fishery, resulting in the closure of the directed fishery for the second year in a row. In response to the low abundance of Bristol Bay red king crab, the Alaskan Bering Sea crabbers sent a letter to NIMS in September 2022 requesting consideration of an emergency rule that would close the red king crab savings area and red king crab sub-savings area to all fishing gears from January 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023, to protect Bristol Bay red king crab and their habitat at a time of historically low crab abundance. The intent of the Alaska Bering Sea crabbers in making this request is the expectation that the closure will protect Bristol Bay red king crab and their habitat from fishing impacts in an area known to be important for the stock at a critical period in the crab life cycle, in order to help the stock rebuild and produce optimum yield over the long term. Looks like the slide went one too far.
Josh is coming to the rescue here, and your audio is sounding good.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Kelly. This is Maria. You have control of the mouse, so if you can go forward and back.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. All right, so NIMS has guidelines and criteria that must be followed and met in order for an action to be considered an emergency. Under NIMS policy guidelines for the use of emergency rules, the phrase "an emergency exists involving any fishery" is defined as a situation that meets the following three criteria: results from recent unforeseen events or recently discovered circumstances, presents serious conservation or management problems in the fishery, and can be addressed through emergency regulations for which the immediate benefits outweigh the value of advance notice, public comment, and deliberative consideration of the impacts on participants to the same extent as would be expected under the normal rulemaking process. In addition, general guidance around NIMS emergency rules state that emergency actions should be limited to urgent circumstances where substantial harm to or disruption of the resource, fishery, or community would be caused in the time it would take to follow standard rulemaking. An emergency action may not be based on administrative inaction to solve a long recognized problem. In order to improve an emergency rule, the Secretary must have an administrative record justifying emergency regulatory action and demonstrating compliance with national standards. The only legal prerequisite for the use of the Secretary's emergency authority is that an emergency must exist. In response to Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers petition, NIMS requested council input at the October council meeting. And at the October council meeting, the council made a several-part motion in light of the low abundance of both red king crab and snow crab stocks, with the first part of the motion addressing the council's willingness to provide input on a red king crab emergency review analysis, and also a request that the analysis provide enough information that it can be used to initiate a regulatory amendment in December through the normal rulemaking process to close the savings area and sub-savings area to all or to some or all gear types. The present analysis and this presentation serve to outline information relevant in evaluating the emergency rule. The Secretary will make a final determination as to whether an emergency exists after receiving public comment on the notice of receipt of petition and receiving input from the council and the public at this council meeting. The analysis and petition also serve to provide a well-rounded perspective on the issue so that if the council wishes, they may use the present analysis to initiate a future action. As additional background, it is worth noting that NIMS does have the authority to close the red king crab savings area and sub-savings area to all federal groundfish fisheries if warranted by the emergency provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, as well as any fisheries that are under delegated state management, such as the Bering Sea Tanner crab fishery and the directed Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, if it were not already closed. Should the emergency rule be granted, the main affected sectors would be pot, hook and line, pelagic trawl, and non-pelagic trawl vessels, which are mainly composed of Pacific cod pot CVs equal to and greater than 60 foot and Pacific cod CPs, the freezer longliner fleet, the AFA pollock fleet, and the Amendment 80 and TLAS fleet. The Eastern Tanner crab fishery, which is not open every year, could also be affected depending on when the fleet prosecutes the fishery. In addition, the directed fishery for Bristol Bay red king crab would fall under the scope of the petition if it were not already closed. Also worth noting, the non-pelagic trawl fleet is prohibited from the red king crab savings area by regulation and is additionally prohibited from the southern 10-minute strip of the red king crab sub-savings area when there is not a directed Bristol Bay red king crab fishery. Discussion of non-pelagic trawl gear is included for comparison and perspective with other sectors. The remainder of the presentation will focus on presenting information that the analysts believe is necessary in evaluating whether the petition meets the emergency rule criteria, as well as providing a selection of information that could be useful in any future action the council may wish to take. Much of the information in the analysis has been thoroughly discussed in previous analyses, and both the analysis and this presentation serve as more of a highlight reel meant to succinctly convey important snapshots of information useful in decision-making. This presentation will begin with a brief history of the red king crab protection area, a discussion on the original intent of the red king crab savings area, pertinent red king crab biomass, location, and biological information, groundfish catch, PSC, and effort. We'll take a look at bottom contact by the various sectors and conclude with economic and operational considerations for affected fishing sectors, a summary, and a discussion on how one could evaluate the emergency rule criteria. Several protection areas have been established over the years with the stated purpose of protecting red king crab and red king crab habitat in the Bering Sea. Figure 1 shows, water break here. Figure 1 shows relevant closures and when they went into effect. The first area closure was a Japanese broodstock closure established by the Japanese in 1959, which banned all Japanese trawling in an area of known high female crab biomass. The Pot Sanctuary was the next closure, established in 1964 by the U.S., which prohibited trawling in an area of high red king crab biomass. Fast forwarding to the 80s, Amendments 10 and 12 to the BSAI FMP created and solidified Zone 1 and Zone 2 for PSC management and prohibited trawling in Area 512 year-round and in Area 516 from March 15th to June 15th. In the 90s, an emergency rule and in-season actions led to Amendment 37, which codified the red king crab savings area, expanded the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure area to include Area 508, and made adjustments to the Zone 1 PSC limit. Specific to the red king crab savings area, it is important to note that the scope and size of the area went through several iterations before it was codified in Amendment 37. The 1994 Crab Plan Team in a special council teleconference suggested an area larger than what is currently the red king crab savings area, and the closure was initially intended for all trawling gear. Additionally, the 1996 in-season action also prohibited pelagic trawl gear, as requirements for increased observer coverage could not be implemented under that in-season adjustment to assure that the crab performance standard would be met. Turning next to Bristol Bay red king crab abundance, male and female Bristol Bay red king crab were at historic highs previous to the 1980s. Since then, overall abundance has been considerably lower and has fluctuated over time. At the present, male and female Bristol Bay red king crab abundance is at historic low levels. The only other 2 time periods where Bristol Bay red king crab abundance was at similarly low levels was in the mid-1980s and mid-1990s, as depicted by the 2 dashed vertical lines. Next, we turn to where red king crab are located at a seasonal level. Complete information on stock distribution is lacking for Bristol Bay red king crab, especially when examining sex-specific locations. While certain times of year, the late spring, early summer, and fall, are more data-rich than others, a complete picture of Bristol Bay red king crab stock movement and distribution throughout the year has not been developed. The best information currently available on Bristol Bay red king crab stock distribution is derived from the NIMS Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey, which has been conducted annually during the summer since 1975. As such, a long-term data set of red king crab high-density areas can be constructed, but only for this summer snapshot in time. Information on the location of Bristol Bay red king crab during the rest of the year is patchy. Other sources of information on the location of Bristol Bay red king crab include the directed Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, a relatively short window of time in the fall, mainly October and November, and bycatch and non-target fisheries such as trawl, hook and line, and pot fisheries, as well as dedicated tagging studies. Collectively, these data sources provide a brief snapshot of Bristol Bay distribution in the fall, a rough understanding of distribution in the winter-spring, and a more complete understanding of distribution in the summer. This and the following 3 slides give the council the best available look at where red king crab are distributed throughout the year. First, we have information on the summer distribution. Based off of the Summer Alaska Fisheries Science Center trawl survey, Bristol Bay red king crab predominantly and consistently occur in federal statistical areas 508, 512, 516, and 509. In the fall, whoever's also controlling the slide deck, I can control on my end. So I think we're getting on top of each other here. In the fall, examination of log books from vessels targeting Bristol Bay red king crab gives insight to where red king crab are located. On average, 40% of commercially caught Bristol Bay red king crab were harvested in the red king crab savings area. That percentage fluctuated based on the temperature regime. Legal male red king crab are generally fished further from shore in warmer years. In cold years, they were found further south and east toward the Alaska Peninsula, but in warm years tended to cluster in the middle of Bristol Bay in the red king crab savings area. In the figure here, red indicates high CPU, blue indicates low CPU, and yellow where CPU was not statistically different from the mean. For an idea of winter distribution, we can use groundfish red king crab PSC to garner an idea of where red king crab are located. Groundfish fisheries in the hook and line, pot, non-pelagic trawl, and pelagic trawl sectors all catch red king crab PSC to varying degrees. Figure 4.7 from the analysis shows red king crab PSC divided by total groundfish catch per statistical area from 2011 to 2021 for the month of December through March. Note that the scales for each sector varies. This figure provides a general understanding of where red king crab are located in the winter, with the understanding that each of the various sectors fish preferentially in areas of high concentration of target catch and are excluded from certain areas by regulation. Overall, red king crab PSC appeared to occur predominantly in statistical areas 509, 512, and 516, and nearer shore along the Aleutians. Red king crab are also likely present in area 508 in the winter, but as groundfish effort by all the sectors is low or prohibited in this area, it is not depicted by groundfish PSC. And lastly, for an idea of where red king crab are at in the spring, we can use recent tagging efforts, which have focused on the winter and early spring, where Bristol Bay red king crab distributions are less well understood. The winter-spring period is of particular interest because of potential increased interactions with trawl fisheries at the same time that crab are mating and molting. In November 2021, pop-up satellite tags were placed on both mature male and female red king crab in Bristol Bay. Tags were released from male crab in January 2022, just prior to anticipated molting periods, and were released from females in late April, early May 2022 to approximate timing of larval hatching and to minimize chances of sea ice interactions. These two plots show preliminary tag data for male and female red king crab. Females show movement from inside the red king crab savings area to the eastern portion of Bristol Bay, whereas males show movement generally east, but not as far east as females, and concentrating in the red king crab savings area. In summary, the red king crab savings area remains an area of high concentration of Bristol Bay red king crab. From the data described above, Bristol Bay red king crab appear to be located in the red king crab savings area year-round, although differences in the level of abundance and differences between the sexes exist. In addition to where red king crab are at throughout the year, noting when important biological processes occur is also critical in assessing impacts to Bristol Bay red king crab stock. This figure has been shown in several previous presentations, but provides a good illustration of when female and male red king crab molt and mate in comparison with various fisheries. Bristol Bay red king crab, mature male and female adults mate and molt from January to June. And as previously stated, This is a biologically critical time for reproduction and is, at the same time, a particularly vulnerable time for red king crab, as molting red king crab are less active and their exposed soft body parts, which take about 74 days for the carapace to reach 90% of maximum hardness, are more susceptible to damage from interactions with fishery gear.
Dr. Cates, before we move on, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I was a little slow, Dr. Cates. My at least one question is back on your slides related to Bristol Bay red king crab distribution. And I'm sure I read this in the analysis, but I'm not finding it right now. I just want to kind of ask for a takeaway since we're trying to get to clear and concise conclusions with this analysis to the degree we can. When you were talking about the tagging data, the preliminary tagging data, I'm not super familiar with all of the objectives of that study, but it was your conclusion about the movement or the tag data from the males. I thought you said something about the fact that relative to females, the males didn't move as far east, and at least the ones that were tagged were generally stayed in or near the red king crab savings area. But then I thought you made a statement about the red king crab savings area being a location, I think you said, of high density. But is that all of the information we have together? Because I guess so. I've heard it said that the red king crab savings area, the best information indicates it is a center of abundance or a high density area or things like that. Is there a main conclusion in the analysis about what you can say with respect to those two things? Is high density? Is it center of abundance? Do we have a generally agreed upon way to characterize the red king crab savings area based on the information that you reviewed?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. Perhaps my summary would be more appropriate on a separate slide, but it was on the tagging slide. The overall conclusion that I can state from the data that we currently have is that both male and female red king crab are present in the red king crab savings area year round, but how many and for each sex varies from year to year and also varies based on the prevailing oceanographic conditions. Specific to the tagging study, all we have to go off at the moment, since it is preliminary data, are these two figures. And I'd have to let the Bering Sea Research Foundation comment more if they have any more conclusions to offer. But from these two plots, you can see that females move east. The tags popped up in late April and early May. Most females were nearer shore in Bristol Bay, but some did remain in the red king crab savings area. Whereas males who had a shorter duration with the tags on also moved east, but when their tags popped up, were still within the red king crab savings area. Did that get to your question, Ms. Baker?
Yes, Dr. Cates. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cates. I guess looking at this figure a little more closely and having seen it before, but not had anyone explicitly draw the same conclusion that you did. I guess if I'm looking at the females that were tagged in the savings area, I can see where they made a general directional pattern. But when I look at the females that were tagged outside the savings area, I don't see any kind of pattern there. And so I guess I'm still a little bit unclear how you came to the conclusion that you did on those females.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Vanderhoven. So the conclusion, and purely based off these two plots, is a general movement east. I don't think we can say much more than that, but as you said, for the female crab who were tagged within the red king crab savings area, some of those females remained within the red king crab savings area when their tags popped up.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. My question is on the same thing. I just was listening to Ms. Baker's question and your answer to that, but I think there's another piece to this, and that's it. That we're not just, when we're looking at distribution and centers distribution, the importance of this this area that I think you said, it's an area that is known to be important to Bristol Bay red king crab, but it's not based just on this small 1-year tagging study. That's based on the fact that we have the summer survey, and we also have observations from the crab fishery itself, which is the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, which ends in December to protect the fishery from mating and molting times, which is exactly when the trawl fishery starts. I think that there's also more pieces to it. There's those other two pieces. Is that right? The piece that the observations from the crab fishery itself are important in answering Ms. Baker's question, I believe. Is that right?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Down. Yes, that is correct. And we split up the slides into these seasonal snapshots of where we can assume that red king crab are located in an effort to help the council and public understand that red king crab are in the red king crab savings area year round. There was some previous discussion in previous council sessions where it was stated that, well, we don't know where red king crab are at in the winter or the spring. And so with these bits of information, and hopefully we can get better information in the future, we can see that red king crab are in the red king crab savings area year round.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm just making sure I understand the response to both Ms. Baker and Mr. Downs, that your conclusion is really based presence absence. The conclusion is there is the presence of crab, both male and female red king crab, in the savings area year round. That's what we should take away, not the center of distribution or high density. Can you confirm that's what your response was? And that's important.
Thank you for the question, Ms.
That's different. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Kim. I'm sorry if I muddied that. I may have not understood the question correctly. We are not able to definitively say where centers of distribution or hotspots are other than in the summer based off the summer trawl survey. The other snapshots in time are purely to say what you stated, that there is a presence of red king crab in the red king crab savings area year round.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Dr. Cates, looks like we are ready to continue.
All right. Next, we turn to an examination of groundfish catch and groundfish PSC. Many tables were included in the analysis on groundfish catch and groundfish PSC and the red king crab savings area, Area T, and the Bering Sea. Those tables are included as extra figures at the end of this presentation, but will not be discussed in great detail during the presentation. Highlights from the tables show groundfish catch within the red king crab savings area have at most made up 10% of a sector's total Bering Sea groundfish catch, with an overall average of 4%. The tables also show decreases in red king crab PSC have occurred, with an overall decrease in abundance of red king crab. For all sectors, Area T makes up a large portion of the total Bering Sea red king crab PSC, with effort within the red king crab savings area higher in the A season than in the B season for non-pelagic trawl and pelagic trawl gear, and the opposite true for hook and line and pot gear. The average red king crab PSC count per year for all gears within the red king crab savings area is 19,840 red king crab. Overall, a closure to the red king crab savings area would eliminate an area of known fishing effort by all gear sectors. It would limit flexibility in moving away from areas of high PSC. Displaced effort may reduce PSC of red king crab, but it may also decrease the ability to respond to bycatch encounters and minimize PSC of other species to varying degrees. The degree to which PSC could increase for each sector largely depends on where they choose to transfer effort. Moving immediately outside the red king crab savings area will likely not result in a substantial reduction in red king crab PSC, would not likely increase Opelio or Barty crab or herring PSC, but could increase halibut PSC. Movement further eastward is not possible for the non-pelagic or pelagic trawl gear due to the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure area, whereas pot effort is likely to move eastward. This could increase the pot sector's overall red king crab PSC, but this scenario would be much more likely in the B season, but could occur in the A season. Chinook and non-Chinook salmon PSC is most likely to remain similar, but could increase depending on where the pelagic trawl fleet chooses to move. In addition to knowing where the various sectors fish during the A season, it is equally important to understand if effort from the red king crab savings area is displaced, where the sectors might go and what effect this may have on other PSC species. PSC scenarios of pelagic trawl and pot will be presented here. PSC trade-offs for hook and line can be found in Appendix 2 of the analysis, and a discussion of how PSC changed in 2022 versus 2021 for the non-pelagic trawl fleet will be briefly discussed here. Hook and line is not discussed here as there is very little effort by the hook and line fleet in the red king crab savings area in recent years. However, from public comment, it is worth noting that while the hook and line fleet has not had recent effort in the red king crab savings area, they do appreciate the flexibility to fish in the area should the distribution of target species alter. Figure 4.17 and 4.18 from the analysis demonstrate Chinook and non-Chinook salmon PSC rates, respectively, as measured by the number of salmon caught relative to total groundfish weight caught for a specified area for 2021. These figures show 2021 rates inside the red king crab savings area relative to rates in statistical areas directly adjacent to the red king crab savings area. To bookend the possible impacts, these figures also show salmon PSC rates from 2021 in the statistical areas with the highest salmon PSC. These figures show an estimated maximum of 1,308 additional Chinook and a maximum of 1,933 additional non-Chinook that could result from the 2023 red king crab closure. Please note that a correction to the chum figure has been made since the release of the analysis, where the groundfish weight was incorrectly listed due to multiple salmon species being included in the non-Chinook category. The presentation depicts the corrected data and an addendum is posted under C1. In addition, since the analysis was posted, based off of feedback from public comment, an area to the southwest of the red king crab savings area was also examined. This area, which resides within the Stellar Sea Lion Conservation Area, depicts a scenario where a maximum of 1,000 Chinook and 4,522 non-Chinook salmon could be caught as PSC. However, it should be noted that a complete redistribution of effort within the Stellar Sea Lion Conservation Area, the yellow box to the southwest, is unlikely as only 28% of the Bering Sea pollock sector annual directed fishing allowance may be taken from the Stellar Sea Lion Conservation Area before April 1st. In the last 3 years, 60 to 80% of this allowance has been executed.
Ms. Drobnik has a question.
In addition,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cates. I was wondering if you could just expand a little bit, I'm sorry if you already said this, on how you calculated those numbers. I think when we heard feedback from the industry last time, they were concerned that the rates could be about 3.5 times higher outside of the area. And just wondering if you you incorporated potentially decreased catch rates for pollock outside of the savings area and how that may impact numbers, or was it purely inside and outside rate comparisons, or if there's any seasonality included in that as well?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. DeBrinka. I am not exactly sure how industry calculated their numbers and would be interested if they wish to testify in public comment as to exactly how they did. But how we did it was during the entire A season, we took PSC catch within each of the specified highlighted boxes and divided that by the total ground fish weight within that same box. And then to get at estimated differences, we took what would be the displaced ground fish catch, so that in this figure, 74,000 ground fish, and multiplied that by the rate of PSC catch in each of those other boxes. And then subtracted what would have already been caught in the red king crab savings area as PSC. And so again, that's during the entire A season at which we calculated that. And that would be for 4 statistical areas that construct each of those boxes.
Don't see any further, Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so Dr. Cates, you just did that for the 2021 A season. You didn't look at it over a range of years. Is that correct?
That is correct. I did not do that, just for 2021 A season.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to understand this, and I've heard some of the same things from industry's concerns about the approach that you took here in previous testimony, as Angel, as Ms. Drobnica brought up. But my question is, just to make sure I'm looking at this and I understand this. So the box on the left is the A season PSC of Chinook, and the box on the right is the A season PSC of non-Chinook. But when I'm looking at the sum groundfish weight inside the area and in the adjacent areas, those two numbers are identical, whether you're talking about Chinook or non-Chinook. And I'm wondering if I'm missing something, or what is it that I'm not understanding? Why are those numbers the same?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down. So I think you're referring to the sum of the groundfish weight. And so that's the total groundfish catch that was obtained for each of those boxes. So because this is specific to the pelagic trawl sector, they caught the same amount of groundfish in each of these boxes, whether or not you're talking about PSC of Chinook or PSC of non-Chinook.
Yeah, thank you. That should have been, that was obvious to everybody but me, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cates. Please proceed.
In addition to where the pelagic trawl fleet has in some years run into concentrations of herring, which is the figure on the left, based off of 2021 numbers, if the fleet were to move directly adjacent to the red king crab savings area, 0 additional herring would be caught. And if they moved into an area of known concentration of herring, 152 additional metric tons could be captured. Probably should have started that slide off saying that this slide is about herring. Moving on to look at what pot PSC could be. Pot gear is known to catch a substantial amount of red king crab PSC. However, this PSC largely occurs during the B season. Examining scenarios of where pot effort could move shows that moving immediately adjacent to the red king crab savings area could result in less red king crab PSC by 172 crab. And if effort moved to the east of the red king crab savings area, 97 additional crab could be caught. As the non-pelagic trawl fleet was excluded from fishing in the red king crab saving sub area in 2022, comparison to 2021 PSC numbers, an area adjacent to the red king crab savings area, or the 4 state statistical areas to the west of the red king crab savings area, can serve as a rough idea on how PSC could change if the non-pelagic trawl fleet continues to be excluded from the red king crab savings sub area. Comparison between the 2 years shows that non-pelagic trawl gear was that red king crab decreased by a rate of 4%, or 415 crab. Halibut increased by a rate of 0.02%, or 8 metric tons of halibut mortality. Opelio decreased by a rate of 17%, or 1,799 crab. And Biardi crab decreased by a rate of 140%, or 15,749 crab. This slide and section 4.5.1 in the analysis serves to show all the gear types in question, so the reader has a good understanding of how each gear type fishes and how it interacts with the benthic habitat. Hook and line and pot gear are considered stationary gear and are not towed by a vessel in order to catch target species. Hook and line gear means a stationary, buoyed, and anchored line with hooks attached, whereas pot gear means a portable structure designed and constructed to capture and retain fish alive in the water. Pot gear is equipped with tunnel openings that allow for escape of non-target and undersized target catch, and additionally block entrance of large non-target species. Pot gear can either be deployed with a buoyed line and a single pot attached, or the buoyed line with an anchored line with 2 or more pots attached, also known as long line pots. By contrast, pelagic trawl gear and non-pelagic trawl gear are considered mobile gear, as a vessel tows the gear to capture target catch. Non-pelagic trawl means a trawl other than a pelagic trawl that herds and captures target species by towing a net along the ocean floor. Non-pelagic trawl gear has raised foot ropes and sweeps, as well as floats on the head rope. Pelagic trawl gear does not have discs, bobbins, or rollers, has very large mesh sizes immediately following the foot rope, which then taper smaller toward the cod ends. And in general, a pelagic trawl net is much larger than a non-pelagic trawl net. Pelagic trawl gear is intended to target catch by moving through the water column. Table 4.19 describes the handling mortality rates employed by crab stock assessment authors for red king crab that come on board groundfish vessels using trawl or non-trawl gear. This information demonstrates the relative level of impact that each gear type has on biocaught red king crab. Sources of handling mortality include physical injury on deck, anoxia, and temperature stress in freezing air conditions. Short-term mortality is better understood and estimated. The long-term effects on crab that are handled on deck and returned to the sea are a source of uncertainty and require a buffer in the total mortality estimate that is ultimately used for catch accounting. For purposes of this analysis, hook and line and pot handling mortality for red king crab is calculated at 50%, whereas trawl is calculated at 80%. With a note that pollock catcher vessels fishing with pelagic trawl gear that are using EM are required to bring all crab PSC to the dock, which essentially puts the handling mortality rate at 100%. However, until this is further discussed and addressed, the handling mortality remains at 80%. Next, we turn to a conversation on bottom contact. Part of the rationale in the Alaskan Bering Sea's petition for a seasonal closure of the red king crab savings area is to protect the benthic habitat important to red king crab and to eliminate interactions of fishing gear with red king crab on the seafloor. In order to understand if this action could achieve these aims, an understanding of the magnitude of bottom contact by each gear type is required. This analysis utilized intermediate data products of the fishing effects model workflow developed by the Alaska Pacific University Fisheries Aquatic Science and Technology, or FAST Lab. This analysis focuses on the bottom contact area unit, which is the swept area times the contact adjustment for each gear type. The bottom contact adjustment has been averaged across each year or across the A and B fishing seasons annually. In previous discussions of bottom contact, the FE model, specifically in the April 2022 discussion paper on red king crab issues, figures depicting swept area were used to illustrate the total swath of area the pelagic trawl gear covers during a fishing event, regardless of whether it actually contacts the seafloor. In this analysis, bottom contact is used as a unit of measure to understand the magnitude of bottom contact by each gear type using the gear-specific contact adjustments. Across years, the cumulative impact of all gear types is greater in the A season than in the B season in the red king crab savings area. This trend is largely driven by non-pelagic trawl and pelagic trawl gear. The total bottom contact area has decreased when comparing 2003 to 2010 to 2011 to 2022, a trend driven by non-pelagic trawl gear. However, when examining the same time frames, the opposite trend has occurred for pelagic trawl gear, where bottom contact has increased in recent years in the red king crab savings area. Hook and line and pot gear have had very low bottom contact as compared to pelagic trawl and non-pelagic trawl gear, and hook and line and pot gear have generally had similar to higher bottom contact in the B season as compared to the A season. In thinking about bottom contact by the various gear sectors, ways in which bottom contact could be analyzed with physical metrics was also discussed. One of the results of these conversations was that observers collect data on pot captures. In the North Pacific Observer Program, observers record data on the performance of each pelagic trawl and non-pelagic trawl haul, which includes, among other information, whether at least one pot was caught in the net. Without visual evidence to determine bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear, incidents of pots caught in hauls sampled by the observer program were used as an inference for bottom contact. The average incident rates were compared with rates of non-pelagic trawl for reference to a gear with no and bottom contact. It should be noted here that comparing rates between the two sectors is not a one-to-one comparison, as the two gear types fish in different areas and the size of each gear type is very different. However, comparing pelagic trawl pot captures to those of non-pelagic trawl gear serves to illustrate the general incidence of bottom contact. In the last 10 years, catch rates of pots where at least one pot is caught per haul by pelagic trawl gear in the red king crab savings area has ranged from an annual average of 9 to 21% of hauls in the CP sector and an average of 0 to 21% in the CV sector. In comparison, catch rates of pots by non-pelagic trawl gear in the red king crab savings area have ranged from an annual average of 2 to 12% of hauls in the CP sector and an annual average of approximately 0 by the CV sector, which had limited fishing in the area during this time period. In general, the year-to-year pot rates by gear and sector are higher within the red king crab savings area than across the Bering Sea. The higher pot catch rates inside the red king crab savings area are most likely due to more derelict pots present from higher bottom area contact of pot gear in the area compared to the wider Bering Sea, as shown in the previous figure. Because pots are not evenly distributed throughout the Bering Sea and the red king crab savings area, some trawls will contact the bottom without capturing pots. As such, pot catch rates likely underestimate the true bottom contact by pelagic trawls, but are still useful for course level comparisons between years, spatial areas, and or gear types. We'd also like to note here that while derelict pots is a concern for nymphs, that any derelict pots captured by fishing vessels are required by law to be returned to the shore, and that any current pots that are lost are rigged with biodegradable twine to prevent ghost fishing.
Dr. Cates, Ms. Drobnica has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Cates. I'm still trying to understand the
the value in this particular exercise, Dr. Cates. Considering I think you recognize that there was a distinction in the gear types, the areas that are fished, the likely, I guess, the gear configurations and how they may or may not pick up pot gear. And we also have the fishing effects model that I think does a really good job of telling us the relative amount of bottom contact and potential benthic impact. So I guess what can you, and sorry if I'm asking you to repeat yourself, but can you tell me what additive value this particular acknowledgement has for our analytical purposes here? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Strubnica. I think there are several more pieces of data pertinent in this presentation that would be useful before I fully answer your question. If you wouldn't mind holding your question until a few more slides, I think that would be useful.
That looks to be okay with Ms. Drobnica. Dr. Cates.
The red king crab savings area has been and remains essential habitat for red king crab, with habitat in the top 25% of all suitable habitat, or in other words, it is an essential fish hotspot. This is in part due to the depth and biogenic structures that occur on the benthos. The red king crab savings area has a mean depth of 75 meters with a range between 51 and 91 meters. Because red king crab age 0 through age 3 are more likely to occur in waters less than 50 meters, this area is likely most important to age 4, late juveniles, and older classes of red king crab. As for biogenic structures within the red king crab savings area, sponges were predicted to occur in roughly 81% of the total area, while sea whips were predicted to occur in roughly 1% and occurred only in the red king crab sub-savings area. No corals were predicted to be present within either of the areas. In addition, the presence of sponges is also an indicator of benthic substrate, as sponges attach to rocks and hard substrate. The high predicted presence of sponges within the red king crab savings area and the red king crab sub-savings area may further support the importance of these areas for providing areas of hard substrates for the anti-predator strategy of juvenile red king crab, particularly late-stage juveniles based on preferred depth. My apologies for being on the wrong slide there. Next, turning to unobserved mortality. Unobserved mortality refers to the mortality of crab that cannot be accounted for by observers because it is hidden mortality processes associated with the interaction of fishing gear with crab. The potential for unobserved mortality of crab that encounter bottom trawls but are not captured has long been a concern for the management of the groundfish fisheries in the Bering Sea. The topic of unobserved mortality was recently addressed in a council analysis that considers revising the red king crab PSC limits for trawls. The council reviewed this analysis in February 2021 and ultimately took no action. Appendix 4 to the trawl PSC limit analysis includes a sensitivity analysis conducted by the Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock assessment author in response to the crab plan team's request to better understand potential stock impacts from theoretical unobserved fishing mortality levels. The author recreated the preferred 2020 stock assessment model that increased the input level of trawl and fixed gear bycatch biomass by amounts ranging from 100% to 1,000%. The author found that the model's terminal mature male biomass and overfishing levels did not change substantially if bycatch biomass was doubled or increased by a lesser amount. Increasing the bycatch biomass by 500% reduced the model's terminal mature male biomass by 14% or more, with the author noting that the change could be much larger in some years throughout the model's run. In addition, unobserved mortality is not explicit in the model the same way as fishing mortality. The unobserved mortality may already influence model parameters. However, the degree to which is unknown and further work is needed. Thus, simply treating unobserved mortality the same as fishing mortality may not provide a representative analysis on specifications. The SSC February's 2021 report noted that including any future estimation of unobserved crab mortality from both ground fish and directed crab fishing in a stock assessment would require evaluation to understand how assessment parameters have been influenced by unobserved mortality. The SSC noted that unobserved mortality is a source of both assessed and unassessed uncertainty throughout the history of the assessment, and that the ABC TAC buffers in place are an appropriate process to account for sources of uncertainty that cannot be explicitly described in the assessment. Finally, the SSC supported further research on this topic by industry and NIMS and encouraged consideration of this source of uncertainty when setting harvest buffers. In addition, there is currently not an accepted method that provides estimates of the total number of unobserved crab caught that could be used for assessment purposes. Research is planned in the near future to assist in helping answer these questions, building on research done by Rose et al. 2013, which provided information on the unobserved mortality rates of crabs swept over by trawl gear common to bottom trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea. This research demonstrated that mortality rates varied by crab species, but depended mainly on that part of the trawl system crab encountered. Additionally, reduction of crab mortality rates by altering specific gear designs showed that gear modifications such as raised sweeps, crab mitigation can mitigate unobserved mortality. We also felt that it was important to discuss other protection measures that are in place. Various protection measures were listed in section 4.3.4 of the analysis to demonstrate both area restrictions for sectors that would be displaced with the closure of the red king crab savings area and incentive plans that are in place to limit catch of PSC species. Several important items to highlight in this section are that pelagic trawl sector would likely be restricted and moving southwest of the red king crab savings area due to the stellar sea lion conservation area, that all trawl vessels would be prohibited from moving east of the red king crab savings area due to the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure area, and that displaced effort cannot result in very large increases of PSC catch due to PSC limits and associated area closures for red king crab, chinook, halibut, and herring. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Marinan.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Cates and Ms. Marinan. Before we continue, I think it's a good time for an afternoon break. So let's come back in 15 minutes, so just after 3:15, and we will continue with the presentation. Just a reminder to the public, if you wish to testify on this agenda item, please sign up to testify prior to the end of this presentation. Back in 15 minutes. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are ready to continue with our presentation on C1. Ms. Marinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Sarah Marinan, council staff. Just testing the audio. Works. Okay. I'm here to present section 5 of the analysis. This section covers the economic and operational impacts expected with the proposed closure for fisheries that have prosecuted this area in the recent past. Oh, and I will just click. Yep. Get the slides caught up. Go. So of those vessels that have recently participated in fishing in the Red King Crab Savings Area and sub area during the January 1 to June 30th timeframe, we've talked about these sectors and other parts of the paper. I also wanted to mention this section really complements sections that include data on the groundfish catch by gear sector. Here in this section, we bring it down to a fishery level. So the pelagic trawl sectors really represented by all 3 AFA sectors targeting pollock who have fished in this area, which that includes CDQ pollock. For the hook and line sector, that's the freezer longliner vessels targeting Pacific cod. Some of them have participated in fishing in this area in the past. Groundfish pot sector, that's greater than or equal to 60-foot pot CVs targeting peacod. And also there have been some pot CPs targeting peacod that have fished in this area. The under 60 pot cod sector hasn't fished in this area during the A season. So although they'd be directly regulated and excluded from this area as well, there hasn't been recent participation from this section in the past. So we didn't focus on it in the paper, no data to present there. And then also for the crab sector, as Kelly mentioned earlier, the Eastern Bering Tanner fishery is open this year. You also got a little presentation on that with the ADF&G report. So this is the first opening since 2015, 2016 for that fishery. And that the eastern portion of the Eastern Bering Sea Tanner fishery overlaps with the Red King Crab Savings Area. You can see a figure in the appendix that I believe I'm going to show that there has been fishing within the Red King Crab Savings Area in the past when that fishery's opened. So that fishery would be directly impacted, directly regulated as well. Not directly regulated by this action would be the non-pelagic trawl sector, that's Amendment 80, and the trawl limited access sector. They're not permitted from fishing in the Red King Crab Savings Area proper, just the saving sub area in years where the Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery is opened. Of course, the Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery wasn't open this past year and in 2023, so they wouldn't be directly regulated by this emergency action. However, we did note in the analysis that there could be spillover impacts to the sector in the form of potential gear conflicts from other fishing sectors that are displaced from the Red King Crab Savings Area. Also, the Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery itself is not directly regulated here, but we include some context from this fishery as it may be impacted by the potential, the proposed action. So in this section, we tried to keep it focused. So we just mostly include one type of table, and that's gross revenue diversification tables. And these tables show, first of all, number of vessels participating, and then also the total gross fisheries revenue generated from the Red King Crab Savings Area and saving sub area between January 1 and June 30th relative to total gross fisheries revenue generated from all fisheries throughout the year for each vessel. So this includes revenue from if a vessel switches gear. So some AFA vessels also participate in trawl cod fishing. And so that revenue would be included since it's by the vessel level. It also includes any revenue from CDQ fishing, revenue from state fisheries, and just to note, the groundfish tables don't include revenue from crab fishing. As it sort of overwhelms the numbers and makes it so you can't see the groundfish revenue as well. So these tables are included to help understand the vessel level economic reliance on this area during the time frame proposed. I think it's also helpful to look at these tables in tandem with table 4.2 and 4.3 in the paper. That's page 28 and 29. Kelly showed one of those earlier. And those types of tables have been shown in previous versions of the discussion papers that we've seen on Bristol Bay Red King crab. They show groundfish catch by gear type broken out in different ways, including in the proposed time frame, in the time frame of the proposed closure. So starting with AFA and the pelagic trawl sector, as a whole gear group, referencing those groundfish catch tables again, we saw earlier in the analysis that the pelagic trawl sector shows the most fishing in this area relative to other gear groups, especially in recent years. Table 5.1 on page 74 shows revenue diversification for all AFA CVs. We also have it broken out by the inshore and mothership sectors. It shows overall participation from 82 to 89 CVs each year, with a portion of the vessels routinely relying on the Red King crab savings area during the A season for a portion of their total gross revenue. For most vessels that fish in this area, it's between 1 and 10% of their total gross revenue. And remember, this does include revenue from any trawl caught cod, which could happen outside this area. These tables definitely show variability in reliance on this area over the years. And also the diversification tables don't include data from 2022. Those are included earlier in the groundfish catch tables, which showed an increase in effort in the pelagic trawl fleet in the Red King crab savings area in that year. And just to further that point, between 2017 and 2022, the pelagic trawl sector harvested an average of 15% of its total January to May groundfish weight in this area, with a maximum percentage of 28% occurring in 2022. The CP sector has typically consisted of 13 to 17 vessels and has had more consistent reliance on this area from the majority of the fleet relative to the CV sector. In the years presented, the majority of vessels received some revenue from fishing in this area during the A season. In 2021, 11 of the 15 CPs fished in the area, with 2 of the vessels receiving 11 to 20% of their total gross revenue from this area. And again, for 2022, we didn't have the revenue data when we put this together, but probably an increase given the increase in groundfish weight coming from this area. In understanding the impacts of this action, it's also important to understand that the world of constraints and flexibility that the sector operates within. There's a number of current area closures. Kelly referenced some of them earlier, and PSC limits and measures instituted through the IPAs that affect pollock fishing. Section 434, starting on page 49 in the paper, describes some of these area closures and measures. So for example, the Stellar Sea Lion Conservation Area is highlighted, limits the amount of pollock that can be taken in the A season. The nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure, area 516 closure for trawling between March 15th and June 15th. And there's dynamic closures that occur through the rolling hotspot programs through the IPAs. There's also the Chinook PSC limits and performance standard that's described in section 434. There are herring limits with triggered area closures, and there's a figure of that in the paper. And also the pollock CPUE and roe quality really also drives the spatial footprint of the fishery. So AFA fishing typically begins in the SCA along Unimac Island and east towards AMAC. Sometimes vessels fish right outside the SCA and may come back in and continue fishing the SCA amount. Then the fleet typically moves west up the 50 fathom curve towards the Pribs and fishes along the west side of the islands. And you can see in the figure, figure 415 demonstrates that the red king crab savings area has provided a relatively high CPUE for the pelagic trawl sector in the A season in the past. The council's also had recent testimony from industry representatives that vessels have stayed in and around the red king crab savings area longer in the A season due to an incidence of herring PSC along the 50 fathom curve and in an effort to avoid Chinook salmon PSC. So in terms of expected impacts to the pelagic trawl sector, it is expected that the sector would be impacted by the action. Impacts would be cumulative with other area closures and PSC limits that the fleet operates within. That said, the cooperative management structure is quite efficient and has been largely effective at harvesting the pollock tack with high prosecution rates. It's expected that effort would be redistributed and tack would be caught in other areas. However, harvesting the same amount of pounds doesn't necessarily mean the same value from those pounds. This action could redistribute effort to areas with smaller pollock or poor roe quality. That could have implications for short side processors and state community taxes generated from those intra-landings. The action could redistribute effort to areas with lower CPUE, which means more time on the water to catch the tack, or for the CV sector, that could have implications for fuel costs coming back to port. In terms of PSC, this action means less area with which to respond to PSC encounters and minimize total bycatch on other PSC species. In particular, we've heard concerns from industry reps about Chinook and herring. And as I mentioned, the testimony suggested a higher risk of herring PSC recently east of St. George, and vessels adjusting their behavior accordingly, which can include staying inside the red king crab savings area longer. If they hit their herring PSC limit, there's 3 timed area closures that are triggered. That's figure 423 on page 53. And given the timing of those area closures, that could potentially take effect in the B season of 2023 if they hit the limit, and that also could have implications for the 2024 A season. Chinook is a priority species of concern. With the red king crab savings area closure, the fleets may have more difficulty avoiding and minimizing Chinook bycatch. There are Chinook PSC limits in place. They're at their lowest levels due to abundance in Western Alaskan rivers and the 3 River Index. And there's performance standards under those limits. These limits are further apportioned across the AFA sectors and the cooperatives. And I understand that typically the cooperatives apportion either the performance standard or the limits with an amount of insurance down to the individual vessel level. This provides vessel level accountability for the limits and also vessel level incentives to remain conservatively under the limits so they continue to have opportunity to fish pollock. So the system's been very effective at keeping the sectors under their caps and nearly always under their performance standard. And you can see that on page 80 in the document, table 5.5. However, the area closure could contribute to PSC, higher PSC that might have been achieved had the red king crab savings area closure not been in place. So for instance, referencing back to the figures that Kelly presented on the rates inside and outside, that's one way to look at rates specifically for 2021. It's really difficult to project what the rates might be, not knowing exactly where they'd move. But in that one example, looking at an adjacent statistical area, it showed higher Chinook rates outside of the red king crab savings area than what we saw for 2021 inside. More time on the water could also have implications for Chinook PSC. The document referenced some of the statements made in the annual skipper survey from the AFA skippers, because the skippers are asked in that survey about existing area closures. And of course, this would be cumulative with those existing closures. So the types of effects that are cited there, which generally align with what's described in the paper, talk about increased operational costs, decreased product quality, more time on the water, and more time minimizing PSC. Finally, there's still a possibility of redistributing effort, redistributed effort encountering red king crab, which may or may not recruit to the Bristol Bay red king crab stock. And there are some, in the PSC tables at the beginning of the analysis, you can see red king crab PSC rates inside and outside, or numbers inside and outside to help inform that that prediction. And if there's no questions for the pelagic trawl sector, I'll move on to hook and line and pot.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marinan, for the presentation. We saw the rate analysis for Chinook impacts for that one A season. And you mentioned, and I think it's downplayed a bit in the analysis, the likelihood or possibility that there would be longer time on the water if you have an area that you can't fish in. And so was there any analysis, I didn't find it, on looking at what those implications might be for Chinook? One of the things this council has pressed on and is included in the IPAs is, trying to get off the water before October when we know Chinook rates go up. That's one consistent thing that we can count on every year. So I know this was done in a short time frame, but I didn't want to just undersell the importance of that particular point you were making. And I wondered if there was analysis to be done in that respect.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we didn't really do more analysis on it. We just highlighted the fact that having this area closure, and especially if vessels are moving to lower CPUE areas, that certainly could mean more time on the water. But I think not knowing where they would go or what the CPUE would be, it would be difficult to project out that way. But we certainly acknowledge in the paper that that's something that could occur and that could have implications for Chinook. That's about as far as we went in the analysis, was acknowledging the existence of it.
Okay, thanks for that explanation.
Back to you, Ms. Marinan.
Okay, Mr. Chair, moving on to the hook and line and groundfish pot sectors and the expected impacts associated. So as Kelly mentioned earlier, the freezer longliner vessels didn't have much effort, much recent effort in the red king crab savings area. The diversification tables show fishing in this area was more common in 2013 to 2017, with 12 of the 34 vessels earning a portion of their revenue from this area. But as she also mentioned, the area closure would limit the fleet's flexibility if Pacific cod CPUE becomes greater in this area and they wish to move back into this area. The groundfish pot sector has not fished in the red king crab savings area in recent years, in 2022 and 2023, due to voluntary stand downs. There's a small amount of effort that has occurred here in the past. For example, 2020 was a year with effort. The proposed action might not impact the fishing footprint if the fleet already plans to fish outside of the red king crab savings area. And as I mentioned, the Eastern District of the Tanner Fisheries opened this year. This is east of 166 and it overlaps with the Red King Crab Savings Area. So this fishery would be directly regulated under the proposed action. The season is open from October 15th, 2022 to March 23rd, 2023. So it's already begun. I've been told that some vessels have already caught their quota. So this wouldn't apply to vessels that have fished or will fish in 2022. But if passed, it would apply for 2023. And there are some vessels that have yet to go out. ADF&G informed me that 55% of the tack is left to be harvested. So there would be vessels potentially directly impacted by this action. Would potentially displace effort. When the fishery was opened, there was effort in the Red King Crab Savings Area. And speaking with industry reps, it's expected that they'll be able to catch the tack outside the area. But even with that expectation, I think impacts are particularly uncertain given how long it's been since the fisheries occurred and not having a good understanding of where high CPE might be. And similar to the Pacific cod pot sector, there's an overlap in vessels that fish in the Eastern Bering Tanner fishery and vessels that have fished in the Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery in the past. So I think there's also a personal interest there in trying to minimize bycatch of Red King crab. The analysis also provides some context for the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery. There's a potential to benefit this fishery with any additional protections to minimize non-directed fisheries mortality, particularly on mature females, which could aid in the population's ability to rebuild to fishable levels. So we included a section on the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery to also provide some context. There's a section in the appendix that I'm not planning to present, but I can certainly speak to or present more on if the council would like, that goes into some of the value and numbers of vessels that have participated in and crew participation and community connections in recent years. And the objective of including that is not to say that this action would necessarily rebuild the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery back to what it's been, but to further emphasize the economic impacts of the loss of the fishery and highlight the importance of that fishery. So in terms of expected impacts, low recruitment has been identified as a primary cause of the population decline. So protecting mature females in particular could help to rebuild to fishable levels. The 2022 length-based analysis estimate was very close to the state's harvest strategy. However, the relationship isn't only about fishing mortality. There's other factors, fluctuating environmental conditions that come into play. And it's been noted that length frequencies that are showing up are discouraging. But I also wanted to note that the petition didn't focus on the action rebuilding, on the action having rebuilding the fishery to fishable levels as the primary intent of the action, and whether the action hasn't been identified as a success. And I'll pause there for a moment to see if there's any other questions on this section, and then I'll pass it back over to Dr. Cates.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Don't see any questions. Good afternoon again, Dr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, yes, we can.
Again, for the record, this is Kelly Cates, staff with NIMS Sustainable Fisheries. Sarah, if you are okay with advancing the slides, that's fine with me. So That concludes the informational part of the presentation. We will now summarize the presentation and offer up several ways in which the council may wish to evaluate the 3 criteria. For red king crab impacts, the analysis and the presentation demonstrated that female and male Bristol Bay red king crab abundance are at historic low levels. Red king crab appear to be located in the red king crab savings area year-round. Bristol Bay red king crab mature male and female adults mate and molt from January to June. All groundfish gear types have had red king crab PSC and in the red king crab savings area. Non-pelagic trawl and pot gear have had the most, followed by hook and line and pelagic trawl gear. All groundfish gear types have had bottom contact in the red king crab savings area. Pelagic trawl and non-pelagic trawl have had the most, followed by pot and hook and line gear. The red king crab savings area is an essential habitat area for red king crab. Unobserved mortality of red king crab likely occurs given the spatial overlap of red king crab and bottom contact of groundfish fishery gear. The degree of unobserved mortality is unknown. Next slide, please. For sector impacts, the analysis and presentation demonstrated that a closure to the area may reduce PSC of red king crab, but it may also decrease the ability of sectors to respond to bycatch of other PSC species. Moving immediately outside the red king crab savings area will likely not result in a substantial reduction in red king crab PSC, would not likely increase Opelio obriardi crab or herring PSC, but could increase halibut PSC. Chinook and non-Chinook salmon PSC is most likely to remain relatively similar, but could increase depending on where the pelagic trawl sector chooses to move. Effects on the eastern Tanner crab fishery that operates in 2023 are difficult to assess given the lack of a fishery since 2015-2016. The greatest impact of the closure would be on the pelagic trawl sector. They've had increased effort within the red king crab savings area in recent years, whereas the hook and line CP sector have had some historical participation inside the red king crab savings area, but have not in recent years. The pot sector has had mixed participation in the red king crab savings area and has agreed to a voluntary stand down in 2022, which is likely to continue into 2023. The non-pelagic trawl sector is already prohibited from the red king crab savings area and red king crab savings sub area for 2023. An effort is generally expected to be redistributed. However, revenue impacts could result from increased operational costs and the quality of fish available to be harvested. And I have several more slides, Mr. Chair, but I was wondering if I may take the opportunity to address Ms. Jabrinka's earlier question regarding pot captures.
Right. Please do, Dr. Cates.
Thank you. So just broadly speaking, when constructing the analysis, we thought a lot about the intent, the original intent of the red king crab savings area and what bottom contact means for the various gear types. And in order to do a well-rounded analysis, we wanted to think a little bit more about what that bottom contact means. And so the intent of the red king crab savings area was, broadly speaking, to protect red king crab and their habitat by prohibiting extensive bottom contact in the red king crab savings area. And so taking a look at the figures that were produced by the FAST Lab, we see that there are similar amounts of bottom contact between pelagic trawl and non-pelagic trawl gear in the red king crab savings area. And we thought it was a bit weird or strange that we didn't see similar amounts of PSC of red king crab between these two gear types, given that they had similar amounts of bottom contact. And so we brainstormed a little bit on another way we could look at bottom contact with a physical metric. And that's when we thought about pot captures. And so that's why that analysis was done. And moving that train of thought forward a little bit further, with that analysis, we saw, again, similar amounts of pot captures However, given the caveats that you can't compare these two gear types one-to-one, giving the different sizes of the gear involved and that they fish in different areas. But we did see that they both capture pots, which are on the bottom. And so that just led us to think a little bit further about what that could mean for the red king crab savings area and why pelagic trawl gear may have been prohibited from the red king crab savings area, may have been excluded from the prohibition of fishing in the red king crab savings area in the past. And that was based off of the performance standard, which was put in place with the expectation that it was a control mechanism for keeping pelagic trawl gear off the bottom. And so that's in a nutshell why we're considering the pot capture analysis. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Trubnica.
Thank you, Dr. Cates. That was helpful. It was the first time that we've seen it at the council. So describing how we should consider that in the context of other information that we have on benthic interaction is helpful. Thanks.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cates, earlier in the presentation, you mentioned that pots are not evenly distributed. And so we need to keep that in mind when we think about this pot capture analysis. If I remember right, it was something like 9% of the trawls captured a pot, so roughly 1 in every 11 trawls. So is there anything more you can tell us about how we should view this, given the caveats you put on this, that pots are not evenly distributed? So how should we view this as an indicator of bottom contact, given that big caveat?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Curlin. Yeah, so as far as the rates are concerned, those maybe aren't as important as thinking about how a gear type would capture a pot. I think it just serves to illustrate that the gear is on the bottom and is on the bottom enough to capture a large pot. And I think that's the main takeaway from the pot capture analysis.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Cates, for your presentation. My question is regarding the summary of sector impacts, bullet number 2, where you make reference to Chinook and non-Chinook salmon PSC is most likely to remain relatively similar based on these figures. Is that assumption made based on looking at the 2021 encounter rates of those salmon, like you did in the heat maps where you had the PSC effort, or did you consider multiple years, the interaction over multiple years?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. Through the chair, you are correct. So that is data taken from 2021 A season, and that references what we felt may be the most likely area the pelagic trawl fleet may move, which is in the area directly adjacent to the red king crab savings area. So that would be for Chinook, 291 additional Chinook salmon and a reduction of 89 non-Chinook salmon species.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. Do you think that those numbers would look different if you averaged 5 years of interaction with PSC, or if we were going to take a deeper look at this, deeper analysis, would that be a better way to get a proxy for the potential of salmon bycatch increases?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I think that I can't answer that without doing exactly what you said and looking at a longer time frame. Within the time frame that we had to conduct this analysis, just didn't quite get there. So I don't know. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Cates. It was still a helpful discussion. Appreciate it.
Ms. Van Roven. Okay. Any further questions for Dr. Cates? Mr. Down?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Cates. My question is in follow-up on your answer that you gave to Ms. Strubnica. So particularly on the performance standard that was put in place for non-pelagic trawl in the nineties, that I believe that the conclusion that I draw from this document, correct me if I'm wrong, making that conclusion, was that that standard that was put in place is not currently effective. So being that we don't have a performance standard that's effective in minimizing bottom contact, I'm wondering if you put any thoughts into what performance standards might be used, if there was anything we could, for instance. I mean, some people have indicated to me just in private conversations that maybe we should just look at crab pot bycatch instead of crab bycatch as an indicator of a performance standard for pot for minimizing bottom contact. But is there anything else that is in the document or that you have thought about for performance standards, being that the conclusion, I think, is that we don't have a performance standard that currently works?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Down. I can only speak to what's in the analysis, and what was in the analysis basically concluded that it is likely necessary to review the performance standard for the pelagic trawl fleet, but we did not speculate on different types of performance standards that could be implemented. That could be the subject of a future analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Cates.
Okay, Dr. Cates, it looks like we are ready to continue.
All right. Next slide, please. Before providing informational highlights that could help in evaluating the 3 emergency rule criteria, we wanted to reiterate that this analysis served 2 primary objectives: to provide enough information for the council to evaluate the emergency rule request, and to provide input on whether or not this action meets the emergency rule request, as well as to evaluate whether there's enough information here to initiate any longer term actions. And again, the secretary will make a final determination as to whether an emergency exists after receiving public comment on the notice that was in the Federal Register and receiving input from the council and the public at this council meeting. Next slide, please. Some criteria or some highlights that could be helpful in considering the emergency rule under criteria 1. And just to reiterate, criteria 1 is results from recent unforeseen events or recently discovered circumstances. In favor of a yes to the emergency, we could think about in 2021, the Bristol Bay red king crab mature female biomass dropped below the level, requiring closure of the directed fishery for the 2021-2022 season. This continued closure for the 2022-2023 season could be considered a new circumstance insofar as that the 2021-2022 closure was for 1 year only. Additionally, recently discovered information shows the amount of bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear in the red king crab savings area is likely more extensive than has previously been documented in light of the depressed status of the red king crab stock. This additional information about bottom contact constitutes a new circumstance bearing upon the potential for the stock to rebound to higher levels of abundance. On the flip side, in favor of a no to the emergency rule, the Bristol Bay red king crab stock has experienced highly variable abundance over several decades and declined since 2008. So the current status is more of a continuation of that long-term decline than a new circumstance. The fact that pelagic trawls spend some time on the bottom is not new information. Factors other than fishing may be a primary driver in changes to red king crab biomass. Next slide, please.
Dr. Cates, Ms. Strubnik has got a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cates. Maybe I'm just reading this wrong, but I'm reading the second bullet
under yes and the second bullet is under number no is somewhat contradictory. Maybe you could expand on that. Maybe again, I'm reading that wrong. So the first under yes, it says recently discovered information shows that the amount of bottom contact is likely more extensive than previously documented. And then the second bullet under no suggests that the fact that pelagic trawl spends some time on the bottom is not new information.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Stradnica. I will answer that question, but if others in the room want to expand on my answer, I would welcome the additional context. So it is not new information that pelagic trawl gears touch the bottom or contact the bottom, given that we have a performance standard in place. So there was some knowledge that pelagic trawl gear could contact the bottom, which is why the performance standard was initially put in place. In addition, we've had contact adjustments in place for several years that predate the conversation of in the last year that we've had on bottom contact for pelagic trawl gear. I think what is new is the extent of the bottom contact. I don't believe that was immediately apparent to the public and perhaps not to the council that this was the case. So I guess it's more of a nuanced and the scale of the bottom contact.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cates. I don't know quite how to ask this question. I appreciate you trying to provide information that you think might be applied to the criteria, but I think we might be losing the thread. So I'm looking for more clarification from you that the criteria one is really an emergency exists involving any fishery. It's defined as a situation that results from recent or unforeseen events. I'm just concerned that maybe we're listing things in a list that might be recently discovered or unforeseen, but not applying it to the situation. So I thought when we previously looked at this, you would look at low crab stocks, the closure of the crab fishery. Is that a recent unforeseen event or recently discovered circumstance? And that's not how this group of information was applied. Do you have anything else you can expand on that? Or are you just trying to not move the council toward any conclusions and provide any information you think might be relevant?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I guess I'm struggling in how to answer that question. It is true that the intent of this presentation is not to sway the council one way or the other. It is to present facts and have the council weigh in on whether or not they believe that the petition meets the requirements as emergency rule. The items listed here, the analysts felt were in the realm of information that would be helpful in helping the council to make that determination. And I think I'll leave that there.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your attempt, and maybe I'll try on a different slide. Thanks.
Back to you, Dr. Cates.
Okay. Under criteria 2, which is present serious conservation or management problems in the fishery, items that can be considered are, so in favor of a yes emergency, the Bristol Bay red king crab stock is at a historically low level. Although levels of red king crab PSC are low, unobserved mortality is likely occurring in the red king crab savings area due to bottom contact with pelagic trawl gear. Fishing effort data indicate that the amount of pelagic trawling in the red king crab savings area has increased in recent years, suggesting that the amount of unobserved mortality may have increased as well, although the magnitude is largely unknown. New analysis documents that existing performance standard to ensure pelagic trawls have minimal contact with the seafloor may be ineffective, such that existing management measures in the red king crab savings area likely are not achieving the intended purpose of limiting the effects of bottom tending gear on crabs and seafloor habitats. On the flip side, in favor of a no to the emergency rule, The state guideline harvest level is established using the female crab threshold. The federal assessment shows there's a harvestable surplus of mature male biomass, and the stock is not overfished nor approaching an overfish status, nor is overfishing occurring. The federal assessment includes total removals and biomass of both female and male crab. The amount of unobserved mortality is unknown, so we don't have clear information supporting a conclusion that such mortality is in this specific area impacts Bristol Bay red king crab abundance or represents a serious conservation or management problem. Unobserved mortality is considered indirectly in the stock assessment parameterization and uncertainty in setting the ABC OFL buffer.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Cates. I'm going to try one question. And if this doesn't work this time, I'll just stop. But I think this is a great example that it's hard. No one could argue that we don't have a serious problem in the fishery. We have the Bristol Bay red king crab stock at a historically low level. We have a closed fishery for the second year in a row. But I thought the application of the criteria, and maybe this is for General Counsel or Mr. Curlin, is that we're supposed to look at whether continued fishing in this proposed closure area presents a serious conservation or management problem for the fishery. Does anyone see the difference in what I'm saying? We're supposed to apply these to the action being proposed. And I'll take any help on that because I think it's important not just for this action, but future actions.
Counselor.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I'm going to rely on either Mr. Curlin or our GC NIPS person to handle that question.
Counselor.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'll try. I don't think you apply the emergency criteria to a proposed remedy. That seems like it's putting the cart before the horse a little bit. The question first is whether or not the council believes an emergency exists. If so, then we ask, what could the council recommend to address that emergency? So I don't think the question is whether, if the council, it seems like the council is considering an action before deciding whether there's an emergency. So I think, there's two separate questions there. The first one is, does the council think there is a serious conservation or management problem that results from recently discovered circumstances or information? And then, does the council think there's something it could recommend to address that emergency, if that helps?
Yes, thank you.
You can ask a question, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cates, a question along a somewhat different line, but on this slide, the second bullet under no emergency. I'm just wondering a little bit about, I agree the amount is unknown. But we don't have clear information supporting a conclusion that that it is of such magnitude, but don't we have some information suggesting that would have to be of a pretty large magnitude in order to have a population level effect, particularly relative to conservation? I mean, sort of some of the paper exercises that have been done in the past regarding how much larger it would have to be than what we're currently sort of thinking based on what's showing up in the performance standard.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Dwight. You are correct. So you see that unobserved mortality, depending on how you look at it, could be a point in favor of the emergency rule or a point against the emergency rule. Essentially, because we do not know the magnitude of the unobserved mortality, we cannot really comment on what that means for the stock. You are correct that a paper exercise was conducted, a sensitivity analysis that examined how much additional bycatch would need to be done in order to have an effect on the stock. And the stock author found that would need to be an increase of 500% or more to start seeing a reduction in the stock.
Mr. Twite. Okay. All right, any further questions before we move on to criteria 3? Okay, back to you, Dr. Gates.
Okay, and this is our last slide. So in thinking about criteria 3, which is stated as can be addressed through emergency regulations for which the immediate benefits outweigh the value of advance notice, public comment, and deliberative consideration of the impacts on participants to the same extent as would be expected under normal rulemaking process. Items that could be considered here in favor of the emergency rule: closing the red king crab savings area to bottom contact fishing gear from January through June would alleviate impacts to crabs and crab habitat. Although the normal rulemaking process would afford additional opportunities for public comment and deliberative consideration of the impacts of the proposed closure, those factors are partially mitigated by the opportunities for public input and the consideration of public comments that have transpired since NMFS received the petition. NMFS wrote to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council the day after receiving the petition to request council input. The council discussed and considered this proposal and associated public testimony and written comments at its October 22 meeting and requested that NMFS prepare an analysis. NMFS published a notice in the Federal Register seeking public comments on the petition and received 34 comments. The council again discussed and considered this proposal and associated public testimony and written comments at this meeting. In favor of a no to the emergency rule, considering the petition action or a similar action via the normal rulemaking process instead of taking emergency action would allow fishing gear to continue affecting crabs and crab habitat. Oh, sorry, this would be in favor of yes. That was established expressly to alleviate such impacts. So the immediate benefits of the requested short-term closure are unclear. Some unknown number of crabs within the red king crab savings area may be spared, but fishing effort will redeploy to other areas and at least partially offset any benefits. Analyzing potential new management measures via the normal council process would provide a more thorough opportunity to consider the relative benefits and costs of the proposed closure. This would provide more opportunity for public involvement and the possibility of considering a greater variety of potential management actions, such as changes to the pelagic trawl performance standard and or revising the boundaries of the red king crab savings area. And with that, we conclude our presentation and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cates and Ms. Marinan. Any further questions on the staff presentation? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cates, I'm sorry if I missed this earlier in your earlier portion of the presentation, but I just want to key off one of the points in your last slide here. Under the yes emergency, the first bullet, closing the red king crab savings area, sub area to bottom contact fishing gear from January through June 2023 would alleviate impacts to crabs and crab habitat. And I'm glad you highlighted this because I understandably, that's a pretty concise, clear conclusion to come to. So is that alleviation of impacts? There's a statement or a conclusion on page 93 of the analysis that alleviating those impacts is stated there on page 93 as providing habitat benefits through reduced bottom contact by trawl gear and potential red king crab savings. Are those the ways in which the impacts are alleviated? I just want to be really clear that I understand what the analysis concludes.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. So yes, I think on the page that you mentioned, page 93, the conclusion is that a closure to the red king crab savings area to all gear types would pretty definitively afford protections to crab habitat by alleviating bottom contact in the area. What is less uncertain is how many red king crab themselves could be saved based off of the scenarios for the various sectors that were conducted. It seemingly seems that there would be a slight reduction in red king crab PSC, with the assumption that most of the fishing effort would move to the east, with the exception that we would assume that pot gear would move to, that most of the fishing effort would move to the west, with the exception that pot gear would move to the east. And even with pot gear moving to the east, we still saw a slight reduction in red king crab PSC.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that response. And you answered my follow-up question, which was the basis for the conclusion that there would be benefits through potential red king crab savings. And I wondered if that was specific to PSC or if there was also an inclusion of potential unobserved red king crab mortality in that conclusion.
Our conclusion is based off of known information, so that would be the PSC. What is less unknown is the unobserved mortality. There will likely be a reduction in unobserved mortality, but as we do not know the magnitude for any of the gear types, we can't say what sort of savings that would look like.
Thank you, Dr. Cates. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Don't see any. Thanks again to both of you for your presentation. Okay, that will bring us into public comment. Looks like we have 17 signed up to testify. First up will be Austin Estabrooks and Stephanie Madsen, then Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher, then Simeon Swetzoff Jr. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Up at the table, you have Stephanie Madsen, ATSI Processors Association Executive Director, and with me is Austin Estabrooks, the Natural Resource Analyst for the ATSI Processors Association. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the fact that the analysts had just a short amount of time to do an analysis that turned out to be about 99 or plus pages that we've had 9 days to review. And I also want to start my comments with understanding that this is a crisis, especially with snow crab, shockingly, king crab lived through it once before. And we do not take the impacts to the crabbers and the crew and the communities lightly. But I have to say that we're a little concerned, obviously a lot concerned about the process here in front of you today about the emergency rule petition. It was interesting to me. First, I would note that we have the letter that we submitted through the Federal Register portal is attached to our sign up sheet. It's a very detailed letter and I won't bore you with going through it, but there's a lot of good information. We were able to, even with the short turnaround time, address some of the concerns that we saw in the analysis. So we'll let you take some time to review that. But I guess the bottom line is we do not believe that this emergency rule petition meets the 3 criteria, not even one of the criteria. And our letter goes into great detail. Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of things I'd like to highlight just on your presentation. I was quite surprised sitting through the whole presentation, and I don't recall hearing EFH once. EFH is the best science available on habitat impacts. EFH has been around for a while, and the current EFH and fishing effects model has been in place since 2015. That was the first time, not the first time, but an additional time where we provided the percentage of time our skippers thought they were on the bottom. had bottom contact. So that is not new information, and it may be new to some people, but it's not new to you. It's not new to the crab plan team, and it's not new to the assessment author. That information has been around since 2015. The fishing effects model has been run on that information, and it has not triggered the requirements for the council to look at EFH because it was more than temporary and not minimal. So I guess I'm quite surprised that the analyst, although it is in the document, did not even use the term EFH, is my recollection in the presentation today, because that is your best available science. And that's a standard that this council has always used. And I do believe is part of the emergency rule petition. I know there was a question about the PSC estimate that I provided you in October. It was closer to 4,296 as I looked at the chart. We looked at those from 2008 to 2022. It's, some years it was, less savings or less catch in Chinook. Some years it was more. But when we looked at 2008 to 2022, we came up with about 10% of that, which is the number of 4296. So we believe that it's larger than what is illustrated in the analysis, but recognizing that even the number in the analysis of 1,300, when you're talking about Chinook stock status, is a large number. I understand the difficulty the analysts had about predicting where our fleets would go. Oftentimes we have a lot of history. We work with Sea State. We do have a lot of data. But really, we react to what's going on the grounds when we get there. And so it's not necessarily where we can go to fish. It's where are the Chinooks so that we don't go there to fish. So it's a complex analytical problem to try to predict where we're going to go, but we know where we have had to go in the past. And we know, and we provided you that in October, the areas that make the Bering Sea quite small if you're a pelagic pollock fisher and looking for places to fish. So we believe that the estimate in the document is underestimated. I've already addressed that the bottom contact information is not new. We believe it's overestimated in the EFH, and that's one of the reasons why we heard you loud and clear that you want to understand it better. And we undertook the work with the APU, and you heard today that Trident is also undertaking that. So we are looking at that. I think just a real quick note that I think it's difficult to determine cost or impact of cost, but we think the analysts underestimated the impact cost to us. So I guess in the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, we don't believe that this emergency rule criteria has been met. We provided you our rationale. We think there are a lot of interesting and important things that we need to look at, and we look forward to working with you and the state on follow along actions that are probably outlined in the state's work plan for crab conservation. I could go into more detail. We disagree with the assessment that the performance standard is not working. We've looked back at that analysis and that proposed rule and what everybody anticipated the council thought was going to happen or why they did it. If we want to re-examine that, let's re-examine it, but let's do it through the regular public process where we can really have time to dig in and look at the data. So, Mr. Chairman, appreciate your time today and happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Madsen. You started off by talking a little bit about EFH, and I'm trying to think through, given where we're at this point in the current 5-year review cycle of EFH, how does this discussion that we're having now, how does that link into the current 5-year review, or are you suggesting that it's really more of a trailing type issue? I'm just trying to sequence it in to figure out how this would actually begin to interact with our current EFH efforts.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. White, I'm not quite sure what the question is because right now, the analysis that was done in 2015 is the best available peer reviewed through your SSC document. Yes, you are correct. We're going through that again. I think you're going to get a presentation in February. It's my understanding that the EFH for crab is going to be expanded, the area, as well as the 50% core area looks to be expanded. And that's what they're going to run the fishing effects model on. So I think that you will get a look at has it changed? Has that trigger of 10% and not 10% minimal temporary, that whole regulatory requirement that would trigger the council to have to look at it. You'll know that soon. So that's upcoming information. I'm not quite sure I understand your question about mixing them or getting them aligned. I'm sorry.
You gave a much better answer to my question than I asked it, so thank you. Second question, and see if I fumbled
Happy to
this
help.
just as the second question goes to the issue of thinking about sort of a set of following actions. There's been some discussion about, and you also mentioned taking a look at the performance standard as part of that could be part of that. Do you have a concern at this point about thinking about this idea of using crab pot encounters in tows as a performance standard? Or do you think that's something that really analysis would actually elucidate that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twait, I have views on that, but I think that we really need to have the analysis. I mean, we were quite taken aback by having that in there. I think maybe it was a creative look, but I'm no gear expert, but I think that the foot rope could ding that pot and it could flip into the net without it being on the bottom. Those crab pots are 8x8 crab pots. If it's standing on end, we're it's 8 feet up at least. So I'm not convinced, and I think you might get testimony later today that the assumptions that the analysts made are not actually justified. But am I afraid? No, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of a public, transparent, robust science process. I've lived through it for a long time. I'm not afraid of that.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mattson, you mentioned something about Chinook PSC and use the figure 10%. And I'm not sure I got exactly your point or the time frame for that figure. Could you just clarify that for me, please?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kurland, I was responding to the question from the council about why the difference. We came in October. As you recall, you asked us to come back in October, look at potential voluntary measures, impacts, and we had a whole PowerPoint. And we then estimated that if we were moved out of the red king crab savings area, if we looked at PSC from 2008 to 2022, that there would be an increase of 10%, which calculates 4,296. So we were just providing more information about what our view was in a longer look than just 1 year. So I was just trying to provide the council the background of where we came up with that number in October.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher, and with me is Jamie Goen with the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're a trade association representing harvesters that fish in the Bering Sea for snow king and beardyke crab with pot gear in the crab rationalization program. I was speaking to our emergency rule petition to close the red king crab savings area and sub area to all fishing gears from January through June of next year. But first off, I'd just like to acknowledge the extensive analysis that was turned around in such a short time and really commend the efforts by council staff and NIMS staff and the time and energy that was clearly put into this document. ABSC submitted this emergency request directly to the Secretary of Commerce in September of this year to move it as quickly as possible to be implemented before the start of Bering Sea fisheries in January of 2023 that could impact crab and crab habitat. This immediate short-term action would take fishing pressure off of Bristol Bay Red King crab and associated habitat within the savings area and sub-area during this time of low crab abundance, while similar long-term measures are explored and analyzed. The months from January through June is an important time of the year for Bristol Bay Red King crab, as the majority of their molt cycle falls in that time frame. The council's April Bristol Bay Red King crab discussion paper explains that red king crab are particularly vulnerable during their molting phase, where it takes approximately 74 days for the carapace to reach 90% maximum hardness. This unfortunately overlaps with the most fishing effort from the gear type with the highest amount of seafloor disturbance within A-season fishing. We know crab are in the savings area during that time of year. The main impetus in creating the red king crab savings area in 1995 was to protect red king crab and their habitat. Thus, the area designation was identified back then due to the area being high abundance and important habitat. Today, the savings area and savings sub area remains important habitat and an area of high concentrations of Bristol Bay Red King crab, as seen in figure 4-30 in section 4.2.2 of the analysis, highlighting this. The summer trawl survey continues to detect red king crab inside the savings area each year. Directed crab fishing effort data shows a majority of red king crab harvest. And tagging studies also confirm red king crab are within the savings area. So we know this area continues to be important for red king crab. Additionally, we learned in the discussion paper from the April council meeting that pelagic trawl or midwater trawl is actually in contact with the seafloor far more than what was previously understood. You've heard us say this before, but considering the size of those pollock trawl nets in the area swept, particularly in the A-season fishing, this is troubling. The presentation that we just heard this afternoon pointed out the performance standards for pelagic fishing gear may not be working as it was intended. Crab are simply not retained by this gear type, therefore not properly identifying when seafloor contact is occurring, and thus the need to mitigate or change fishing practices. This is also identified in section 4.4.2 of the analysis. So if we can't prove that pelagic trawl gear is truly pelagic, and we know it's on the bottom the majority of the time, then it should have to comply with the same closures that apply to bottom trawling. In addition, we're asking for the savings area to temporarily be closed to pot and hook and line gear. While they do not have the magnitude of habitat impacts and damage to molting and mating crab that we are concerned about with pelagic trawl gear and bottom trawl, there are still some impacts from pot and hook and line gear. And for pot cod, that includes periodic high bycatch of red king crab. We chose this action to close red king crab savings area to all gears for the emergency rule request because it's a narrow and temporary, but provides an important step forward in helping rebuild red king crab. Data shows the savings area continues to be important for Bristol Bay red king crab and crab habitat. Not to protect it before January groundfish fisheries start is highly concerning. This emergency action would temporarily create those protections while you, the council, along with the SSC and crab plan teams, can consider what long-term measures can be implemented to help BSAI crab stocks rebuild. Discussion under agenda item D2 at this meeting and based on information from the April and October discussion papers, as well as other past analyses, the council will consider whether to take up actions like this one and others that will go through the normal council process for consideration as permanent measures. And in closing, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out that we believe this request meets all three criteria for emergency action, which is also summarized in section 7 of the analysis. Section 4.2.1 of the analysis provides information that this request meets emergency criteria 1. This request meets criteria 2 as shown in figure 4-24. and highlighted in section 2.2 and appendix 5. Lastly, sections 4 and 6 of the analysis provide information highlighting that this request meets criteria 3 because red king crab population abundances are currently at historic lows, warranting immediate conservation action to protect crab and crab habitat. Thanks again for your time, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. That concludes our testimony today. I'm running out of time, so Jamie and I are happy to take any questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you for providing your public comments. Let's see if there's questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both. I just wanted, you really ran out of time. If you had additional comments to make about how you think the action at hand meets criteria 3. That's the one I was interested in, and there's a little bit in your letter, but I'm hoping to hear more explanation from that. My read is not just that it warrants immediate action, but that the action at hand will provide immediate benefit that we can point to. It will solve the problem. So anything additional you can provide would be helpful.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. And yes, I did. I was running out of time there. I think that the presenters today did a really great job summarizing, providing the information for the council to look at whether they deem that meeting the criteria. I would just like to point out that I believe section 4 and section 6 of the analysis provides information that highlights the impact, and I would like to reiterate that it's this action would take pressure not only off of the red king crab inside the savings area, but the habitat. So there's a lot of discussion about displaced fishing effort, and I think that that's also important to take into consideration. However, the area designated inside the red king crab savings area is void of bottom trawl, or at least Amendment 80 gear on the sea floor. And so if you remove the other gear types, this area is in fact then void of fishing impacts. And I think that's in my opinion, from where I look at this, that's really where you end up meeting criteria 3 for the emergency. And I don't know if Jamie has anything to add to that.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that was a good summary. I would just point you to the top of page 93 in the analysis. I think the staff do a really good job of summarizing it, and it shows how it meets criteria 3. It says, given what is currently known about the status of Bristol Bay red king crab, the intent of the red king crab savings area, how gear is currently operating in the red king crab savings area, and that crab performance standards may not be working as intended, this analysis concludes that the closure of the red king crab savings area would provide habitat benefits through reduced bottom contact by trawl gear and potential red king crab savings. So it shows that there's an immediate benefit to doing this action.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. One of the things that I've been struggling with is we have the red king crab savings area, but what is it that at this time makes us believe that area is that much more important than another area? And I'm asking in a simple way, because we heard presentations today and some council questions about the fact that, well, we can say there's red king crab in the savings area year round, but what makes us believe that makes you believe that that's a more important area today, and that transferring effort from there to somewhere else isn't just going to be putting more impacts on maybe more impacts than we have of being in the area currently? Is it clear what I'm asking the question there? What is it makes you believe that is, because it's not clear to me that area is at this point in time the quote perfect area to be protecting, if you want to put it that way.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, thank you for the question. The data shows that the red king crab savings area continues to be an important area for crab year round. We also know from the essential fish habitat work and the habitat disturbance maps that it shows that that area has it has less habitat disturbance, which is important for those crab. But what we're seeing since 2014 is an increase in pelagic trawl using the area and having increased bottom contact, which is changing the habitat disturbance in the area. So we know the red king crab savings area itself continues to be important, but I think you bring up a good question with changing ocean conditions and what we're seeing in crab movement in warmer versus colder years. There may be a need to make a bigger area to protect red king crab. And I think that should be looked at.
Thank you.
And through the chair, if I just may add something to that, Mr. Williams, I spoke to this a little bit when I was trying to answer Ms. Kimball's question. But just that's already a designation that does not allow non-pelagic trawling. And I think that coupled with that continues to make it an important area to protect crab and crab habitat.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Ms. Golan and Mr. Lesher. So that my question is, when I'm looking at your public comment letter in your figure 1 that you had, you identify the core EFH areas in that map. And so we do know from the document that the analysis that we have that this remains essential fish habitat, that it's a critical habitat in that area. That's clear from the document, and it's cited several times in the document. But my question is, what I don't understand is what when you say that this is in the top 25% of the core of areas, what does that mean? That it's more important than other fish areas? You say in your document that the entire area is within the top 25% core EFH hotspot figure 1. I think that takes what's in the analysis, takes it a step further in your letter. Is that right, or how do I interpret that?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. My understanding is that's the language that the fishing effects model uses when they look at the core EFH. So I think they break it down. Maybe that figure is by the 25, 50, and 75% tiles. And some of the fishing effects model outputs the figures. I may be wrong, but I think they use core EFH to look at the kind of the top 50% area for species by population. And so my interpretation of that is that that top 25%, I think it's highlighted in yellow, might be where the majority and maybe 75% of red king crab abundance is, but I might be misinterpreting that. But that, I believe that language came straight from the essential fish habitat and fishing effects model work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a second question. So you end your letter with saying that that you request that the council initiate action at this meeting on longer term conservation measures to rebuild Crystal Bay red king crab and their habitat. So that's your concluding statement in your letter, but you didn't get a chance to testify. I think you on that in your testimony. So what is it that you'd like the council to do under this agenda item for longer term, or any other agenda item that we have on what's your idea of what we can do longer term conservation measures?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, this action is to consider the emergency rule request, which is temporary for January through June of next year. I think this council meeting, the analysis is very robust. There's information to initiate a longer term permanent action, permanent closure of the red king crab savings area. I think with the information available through the analysis, you know, it would be ideal if that could come forward in April for an initial review, so that something would have a shot at being implemented by January of 2024 to help red king crab. I mean, it goes without saying, you guys have heard it a lot, but our stocks in Alaska in the Bering Sea are dire for crab. They're all at historic lows, and something must be done to help these stocks recover. There's certain things we have control over, and then there's certain things we don't. So we've got to focus on what we have control over. And this red king crab savings area is a discrete, narrow action that would help the stocks that we have control over. So the ask would be to initiate a long-term action to bring it back in April of next year to look to have it implemented for 2024. Based on what we see in the analysis, there's really two options here to proceed. We know that pelagic trawl is having an impact on crab, and we know the intent of the red king crab savings area was to keep all mobile bottom contact gear out of there. So given that, we either keep pelagic trawl out or we create performance measures that can really prove they're not on the bottom, like using bottom contact sensors.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Down asked my question and Ms. Goen answered it.
Great. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen. So following up on your response to Mr. Down's questions about potential long-term, we've also noted the large numbers of red king crab that are being taken in the pot fisheries, as well as the high discard rates in the directed crab fisheries. And so are those items that you would see as things we would also look at considering for long-term actions?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for that question. I actually really appreciate it because I didn't answer that part clearly in my previous answer. So for the action that would come forward as a long-term closure for the red king crab savings area, I see that one as fairly focused and just essentially taking this emergency action request one step further to make it a permanent closure. I think also, given the ADF&G work plan, crab conservation work plan that we're going to see under D2, that's got some great ideas that would look across all sectors and all Bering Sea crab stocks for how to help these stocks rebuild in a more comprehensive way. And I think under that action, which would also be another longer term action, a separate one, that yes, I think it should look at what needs to be done in pot cod to reduce bycatch. I think there's things we can do in our directed fishery to improve, and there's things in the trawl fishery that can also be done to be improved.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Simeon Sweatsoff Jr. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Simeon Sweatsoff Jr. from St. Paul Island, here representing myself, and want to say hi to you guys. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Former mayor for the city of St. Paul, for those of you who may not know me here. And I've been involved in this process for quite some time, and we were here because, you know, when we were working on rationalizing crab, that was a huge deal for us. So we're a community that's extremely negatively impacted by what's happening with the crab resource today, not only with Bristol Bay king crab, but also the snow crab issue. So if you know, I'm in agreement with the Alaska crabbers on wanting to declare an emergency here. If this isn't an emergency, then I don't know what is, because by the time you get around to figuring out what's going on here, we're going to end up like the Pribilof Reds and Blues. That's a fishery that's been closed for a long time now. And we want to be able to get in there and harvest some crab so that we can get the revenue from that. But they don't open it because of the bycatch that'll happen with the reds or the blues, whichever species that's happening there. So, you know, I know this is a difficult time. We're in a situation here that nobody wishes we were in, but we're here now, and we got to deal with it. And it's up to you guys to grab the bull by the horns and shake that puppy and make sure you're going to make them listen. We're going to have this go back to the Secretary of Commerce in Washington, DC, you know, and with the national standards, you got national standards that say the national standards are principles that must be followed. And so in any fishery management plan, to ensure sustainable and reasonable fishery management as mandated by the MSA Fishery Conservation and Management Act, NOAA Fisheries has developed guidelines for each of the secretary must ensure that they are consistent with the national standard guidelines. And I just want to quote that the national standard 4 with conservation and the management measures shall not discriminate between residents of different states. In this situation, to me, it does, you're discriminating by not declaring an emergency, so to speak, because if you're going to have the trawl fleet out there trawling for crab, for pollock and other species of fish, and they have bycatch of other species that impacted the other directed fisheries that are closed now, to me, that's discrimination and it's not fair. And it says you got to be fair, and it becomes necessary to allocate and assign of fishery privileges among various United States fishermen. Such allocations shall be fair and equitable to all such fishermen. So what's happening here, that says to me, if this continues on and we're not going to be able to climb out of this year, we are not in a fair situation. And I don't know how else to see, to make people understand. I'm sure you guys get it, that this is not a fair situation here. So I don't know how much time I got. I guess I'm out of time here now, so I'll just be quiet.
Thank you for your testimony, and great to see you, Mr. Swetzoff. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Simeon, for your testimony. Appreciate it. I think if we heard during staff presentation and some follow-up public testimony, some discrepancies in what the anticipated trade-offs are with salmon PSE if we're to close this area to pelagic trawling. And wondering if you could share your perspective on whether or not you think those trade-offs are acceptable, or just any insights that you could share on the likely potential for this to increase salmon PSC in a time where the Western Alaska Chinook runs are also very much challenged.
Mr. Chairman. I was trying to keep my testimony focused directly with the Bristol Bay king crab. And if I could just, if I think I understand your comment here in regards to the salmon situation, I think that, my heart goes out to the people that aren't able to fish for their salmon to feed their fill their freezers. And then yet on the other hand, we're going to continue to have the pollock fleet out fishing for pollock and the people that live up there up north can't fish for their salmon. To me, that's not right. That's not a fair situation to be working on addressing the salmon issue. I have a hard time understanding when we have rules and regulations that govern the United States of America and the laws that we're supposed to follow. And I don't think, in my opinion, that we're not following those rules and regulations. It makes me wonder, why do we have this process then? To me, we're following this process. I've been coming here for a long time now, and you guys know me. And I'm grateful for what the council does. But in this situation here now, it just almost seems like a runaway train that we're going to continue to have harvesting of other species. I'll just throw pollock out there right now because that's basically what we're talking about. And I know the guys from Amendment 80 behind me too. The trawl sector are going to continue to fish when everybody else is not going to be able to fish. Is just not right, and it's not fair. Thank you.
Further questions? Thanks again, Mr.
Thank you.
Swetzoff. Okay, next up is Chad C. And typically we'd probably break after Mr. C, although we have a couple of members of the public who asked to testify out of order, so we'll stay a little bit late to take them. That'll be Scott Hansen and Donna Aderhold. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Canine and members of the council. My name is Chad C. I'm the Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. I wish to speak to the comments we submitted to the council on this analysis for the emergency actions submitted by the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers to the Department of Commerce. We also submitted similar comments to NOAA Fisheries in response to this petition. The FLC represents the operators of 19 active hook and line catch processor vessels that participate in the freezer longline sector of the Pacific cod fishery in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska. The majority of Alaskan-owned fleet FLC members include 9 Alaska and Washington-based operators comprised of CDQ organizations, Alaska Native Corporation, and family-owned businesses. FLC member fishermen are almost entirely dependent upon the annual harvest of Pacific cod, predominantly in the Bering Sea. FLC recognizes the importance in the long history of the red king crab fishery off Alaska. Many of our own members are crab fishermen and have been directly affected by the simultaneous downturns in this and the snow crab fishery. At the October council meeting, FLC spoke to our support for stakeholders to prioritize measures to support the crab fish industry as they deal with dual closures in the red king crab and snow crab fisheries. We further detailed in October voluntary measures to further deter what is already minimal mortality of crab by our vessels, including adding crab bycatch rates to our operational reports to our fleet, sharing crab hotspots, and member communication with captains about relocating fishing effort that should hotspots be identified. Speaking to the analysis, FLC concurs with the analysis conclusion that catch of crab by hook and line and presumably also observed mortality is generally low, and thus few benefits are anticipated by closing the area to this gear type. Expanding on this, figure 1 in our written comments shows removals of red king crab using numbers provided by the council's expanded discussion paper on Bristol Bay red king crab presented in October. In the figure, groundfish fishery removals of Bristol Bay red king crab are from Area T, which achieves spatial consistency with the directed Bristol Bay red king crab fishery. At the displayed scale on the figure, mortalities of Bristol Bay red king crab by hook and line gear are barely visible. Of those numbers, FLC member vessel removals of Bristol Bay red king crab appear from available data to be about approximately 1/8 the total attributed to hook and line. That 1/8 estimate is achieved by applying a 50% mortality rate of bycatch to our bycatch of Bristol Bay red king crab. It should be noted that the October discussion paper pointed out the uncertainty of the 50% mortality rate for fixed gear. From our perspective, it is a disproportionately high rate when compared with the rates associated with gear that would necessitate handling crab in order to return them to the water. We would support efforts to re-examine this mortality rate to better determine our impacts on the stock. In weighing the impacts of specific gear types of Bristol Bay red king crab, we found removals of predator species from crab grounds to be a perplexing omission from this analysis, given the findings that predation of Pacific cod is a contributing component of their natural mortality. Pacific cod is widely recognized as a major predator of king crab. The ESP for the Bristol Bay red king crab presented at the September crab planting meeting includes measures of Pacific cod abundance for modeled Pacific cod consumption of crab among the indicators of ecosystem constraints on the Bristol Bay red king crab. The Bristol Bay red king crab discussion paper presented to council in October likewise speaks to the impacts of groundfish predation on the stock. We believe our fleet's contributions toward removing Pacific cod from the savings area, paired with what this analysis finds to be a minimal contribution by hook and line geared towards bycatch mortality, supports the contention that the effect of our fishing is actually positive overall for the Bristol Bay red king crab stock. As we stated in October, we believe that further work on consumption rates of red king crab by cod and other species is needed for developing a useful predation index that could serve as an input for the stock assessment and lead to a more quantitative characterization of the positive impacts to crab that come from harvesting a key predator species on crab grounds. Implementation of closure areas in our fleet can also have a detrimental effect on our ability to optimally prosecute our fishery. We concur with the analysis that with the dynamic environmental conditions in which future Pacific cod CPUE may not match historical patterns, a 2023 closure of red king crab savings area would limit the fleet's flexibility if we wish to prosecute this area. In recent years, flexibility has been particularly important to the variability of cod distribution. From 2019 to 2021, our fleet largely fished to the north in the Bering Sea, meaning we had very little effort in or near Area T or the savings area. However, prior to that period, in 2016 to 2018, the presence of better cod conditions further south concentrate our harvest southeast in the Bering Sea. In 2022, the distribution of our effort was similar to 2016 to 2018, with 30% of our harvest occurring in Area T, which defines the stock boundary for Bristol Bay red king crab. Being excluded from the savings area, which would occur under the requested action, could present challenges to our fleet while doing nothing that we can identify to benefit the red king crab stock. In all, the closure of the Bering Sea, of the Bristol Bay red king crab savings area to fish, the closure of the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, as well as the sudden and severe decline in the snow crab fishery, are critical issues before council. We would support action based on this analysis, looking at long-term actions that could be effective, providing further opportunities for the crab fisheries to recover. With that said, we support the analysis conclusion that the minimal impact of closing our fleet to the savings area, and believe that excluding our fleet is more likely to increase total mortality on Bristol Bay red king crab, while also having a detrimental impact to our fishermen. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. C. Are there any questions? Okay, all right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Scott Hansen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Canine, members of the council. I'm a longline fisherman. I've operated a freezer longliner in the Bering Sea for the past 23 years. As a member of the Freezer Longline Coalition, we're focused on the cod stocks and their sustainability. Our director, Chad C., has just commented on the need for freezer longliner vessels to have access, excuse me, to the red king crab savings area. I'd just like to provide some observations from the boat. In fairness to all, everybody's gear has an impact on the bottom. We are seeing a lot of cod on the grounds, definitely a lot more than the assessment is accounting for or giving us access to. Cod are a major predator on crab. I've sent in pictures numerous times of the contents in their stomachs, and they're loaded with crab, including king crab. This year, we did some fishing near the savings area, and sure enough, there's king crab parts in the stomachs. We also recovered a tag from a king crab this year, so that tagging is going to help. With more and more cod being left unharvested due to the low tax from the assessment, that's going to leave more cod out there and put more pressure on the crab stocks. If our vessels aren't allowed into the savings area, the cod predation there will be left unchecked. The low harvest of cod is going to have a tremendous effect. For example, if 200,000 metric tons of cod for the past 5 years were left unharvested each year, they will have consumed, and they are consuming, 100 million crab. I mean, they eat a lot of crab. Cod are voracious predators, and the cod that we harvest will have 10 to 15 snow crab in each cod, the tanner crab parts or whole crab. I mean, I've got pictures. There are legal tanner crab in one cod stomach. And they still are eating my bait. So the numerous king crab in their stomachs, it's the same thing. I mean, they'll eat a full-size female king crab and still come after our bait. The fish and the crab, they're constantly on the move. And it would just make sense to have that savings area move with the crab once, a survey shows where the crab stocks are mostly concentrated, because they do shift around for whatever reason. There's been more efforts in the last couple of years to do tagging, and I think we're getting some great information showing the movements of the cod, and more tagging certainly on the crab is going to be helpful, and just to see how much the cod and the crab are overlapping, it'll just help manage that stock better. In closing, I'd just like to say that catching more cod is going to save crab, both inside and outside of the savings area. So that's all I got.
Perfect timing, Mr. Hansen. And thanks for your testimony and sharing pictures. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Donna Aderhold. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Adderhold. I am a city council member for the city of Homer, and I am also the mayor pro tem for the city of Homer. And I am speaking today on behalf of the city of Homer. And I really appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony to you today. And my testimony will pertain both to this agenda item and your next agenda item related to snow crab. So in your written testimony, you have a letter that was submitted by Mayor Ken Kastner of Homer. And he included with his testimony a resolution that the city council unanimously passed, encouraging the North Pacific Fishery Management Council to immediately adopt fishery conservation and mitigation measures to facilitate the restoration of the directed Bering Sea crab fisheries. Homer's Harbor is the economic engine of our city. And we are really proud of the number of Alaska fisheries that are represented in our harbor. Among those is Bering Sea crab fishermen. We are embarking right now on a process with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to expand our harbor to allow us to hold more large vessels of about the size that would be able to fish the Bering Sea crab fishery. And we have a very robust marine trades association and numerous marine trades businesses. We're also on the road system, which not all harbors are in Alaska. So this is, our harbor is important. The fisheries are important to our economy. And the management of sustainable fisheries is very important to our economy. Just this week, I'm here in Anchorage this week attending the Alaska Municipal League conference, and I really appreciate that you allowed me to testify a little bit out of order because I will be at an Alaska Municipal League business meeting tomorrow morning and won't be able to testify. The earlier this week on Monday, the Alaska Council of Mayors met and they passed a statement that reads, recognizing the role of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and Alaska Department of Fish and Game in continuing to address bycatch, the utilization of science and the utilization of science in their decision-making, the Alaska Conference of Mayors expresses concern for those communities impacted by fisheries closures and interest in increased attention to information that leads to swift resolution in the interests of Alaska residents. And I will just, I'll just close briefly and say that, you know, in accordance with National Standard 8, we ask that you take into account the economic impacts of your decisions on the city of Homer and on other Alaska fishing communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Adderhold, and for providing testimony. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Ms. Adderhold. I just was on this last piece on the statement from the consortium of mayors. Is that included? I saw your other resolution, but not the statement. Is that here or is that presented somewhere? Or
That
where
that
would I
was
find that?
that was passed by the Council of Mayors on Monday. And so that was after the closure of your written testimony. We can get that statement to you. I was just, it was passed on to me. That this was the statement that the Council of Mayors passed. And so I read exactly what they passed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? And thanks again for your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and break for the day. We'll come back in the morning and resume with public comment at 8 a.m.